7:59 at Radio Free America.
Tonight's episode, The Endangered Species.
AskGunQuestions.com is a website that we built back in 2007, and since then, for the last 15 years, people have been able to ask questions of simple to advanced nature, and we attempt to answer them in different ways over the years. Join us now as we start a new series to answer gun questions. Hey, welcome everybody to our Ask Gun Questions show. And I don't know if I set it up at the wrong time or if everybody's just busy, but it looks like I'm here by myself today. So we go live on Saturdays. I invite a couple of people in to answer questions from the perspective of longtime gun owners from different backgrounds, different interests and experiences, but the interest in answering questions for folks. So there. Now we'll open up everything here. Oh, I don't have the screen sharing going on here. That's the wrong button. Still the wrong button. So we'll click on this one. And we'll bring up the screen here and eventually get it in here. I'll just jump behind here. And there we go. So first thing let's do is bring up the list of questions. Where we got those? Over here, Ask Gun Questions. So we started up, like the intro says, we started this whole thing up back in 2007. And over the years, we used to have a forum, like a message board type of thing, a forum. And then did the YouTube thing with the YouTube community. Always people jumping online and becoming new gun owners or becoming aware of new parts of gun ownership and stuff. So most of our time online has been spent with not necessarily new gun owners, but exploring the gun community and the different facets of gun ownership. So there's lots of different stuff there. And then when the YouTube community started to get kind of, old and mechanical, YouTube started to I think feel pressured by Facebook, and they kind of pushed, literally they tried to force people to use the Google Plus, the G Plus system, and that system is lacking. None of us are interested in being forced to use a system, so that's when we created the Gun Channels community. Okay, I'll unplug this because it's going nuts. Let's see. So the Gun Channels community was basically a lot of different facets, but one of them was that ability for people to get together and share their awareness of guns and their knowledge of gun ownership, that kind of thing. And then this Ask Gun Questions has sort of been alive through all of that, feeding this database. I guess I shouldn't send Clover another email with screen capture on, so let me go over here and do it. Clover's getting the link here, so I'll be multitasking here. So we're scrolling down through the 2000s and into the 2022s, and all these ones with green are questions that we've answered on this show. And We go over here. What am I doing? I could just take this and copy this, send it to Instagram. So one of the things I'll do when I'm trying to get somebody a link on my phone, I don't know if there's a better way to do this or not, but I'll text the link over to their Instagram. And then whether or not they're on Instagram, I can go to Instagram on my phone and open up the Instagram that I just sent them, copy it, and then put it to them in a text. So I don't know if there's a faster way to get it to a text from a computer. All right, so now I need to jump over to here. We've been chatting before the show started here with G23 about the situation up there in the Oregon with the. Was he getting it from Instagram? I think he's getting it from Instagram. Copy, jump over here, and send it as a text. He might be out running around or something too. Did I do this at a different time? I think I did. I did it at 11 instead of 12, and I can't remember if I was going to keep doing this at 12 or what, but I'll have to suffer from Arizona changing our time around and me not understanding how that works. All right, so I can be less distracted now for a minute, and we'll close this and get back to it. So first off, we do this thing live. That's why it's a big mess here at the beginning. Normally, we just jump right in and start doing stuff. We can talk to the people that are joining us live. It's the reason I do it live. I'm a big fan of the interactive nature of the internet. As I mentioned, we've been doing stuff online since about 97 or 2004, depending on where you want to put the starting point. And most of that time, in fact, all of that time has been sharing our gun community, Second Amendment, what it protects. And this effort is part of that. So we appreciate the people that join us live for the 2022 incarnation of this whole thing. Kingpin was the first one to show up. Krabby Turtle is out there. Kingpin is out east. Krabby Turtle is out east. G23 is as far west as you can get, pretty much. And then we're down here in Arizona. Who else we got joining us today? Some other people joined in towards the bottom here. We were having a big conversation before we started off. Then Jacob jumped in, asked, when was the super chat drawing? Well, some IRL stuff happened. Not pointing any fingers, but you're hearing the grunts, right? So some stuff happened. I wasn't able to do the show at the regular time. So we did the show at 1 a.m., which would have been 3 a.m. Eastern. So we just did the show at a couple of time shifted by a few hours. And we did the super chat thank you drawing during that. And 2AEDU is the one that grabbed a couple of patches last night from that. Let's see, Krabby Turtle jumping in on both channels, it looks like. Thanks for joining. Gizzard is out there. Honcho saying hey to everybody. And then Gun Snob is joining in. Woods saying he needs to ask more questions. Feel free. Yeah, please do. The website is askgunquestions.com. And the idea there is to just post them. And when we can, we'll answer the questions. Well, we'll answer them every Saturday if we're able to. Let's put it that way. Let's see, Jacob's out there. And if I'm missing anybody, I apologize. But the nature of being live is trying to multitask, I guess, a little bit. And then Keith Gregory. All right, so what's the first question over here? What guns in production today can you envision being vilified by the gun community or the public in the future? Well, pretty much anything can be vilified by anybody with an agenda. So, everyone, the shotguns shoot too many rounds. They're too powerful. They can be too short. Even one round is horrible. So it doesn't matter. Even if it's a single shot, it's still horrible. You can put other things in there besides lead. That's also horrible. Then you got rifles, which are horrible. They got too big of bullets. They can shoot too far. They can shoot too accurately. They don't need more than one bullet because deers don't have Kevlar. Then you got your handguns, which are the most horrible and deadly because they're so small and they're super deadly. And again, you don't need them to shoot a deer. And then what else? Everything else is horrible. Everything else, there's no peaceful, justifiable, sane reason to even want to consider owning one. So, they'll vilify anything they want. You can vilify convertibles, so there's no safety on the roof. What if a car flips over? What if something drops onto the car, right? What if it's raining and it's acid rain, right? That happens, that exists. And in convertibles, you would just be melted by that rain. So there's no reason for convertibles to exist either. Little dogs that make noise all the time, who wants them? They interrupt podcasts, they stink, and they're always sniffing things and licking things all the time. They shouldn't be, they should be vilified also. Semi-automatic guns, there's no need for those either. Those were made for war. They were made by a war, for a war. So that's a good question, but I think the answer is fairly obvious. Well, the reason you can hear the dog is because he insists on jumping up here and being in front of the microphone. Sometimes. Right now he's doing that. Let's see. How many cars can say that? That's a good question. 1911, the 45 ACP, and it's in the gun that was created for it, won 2 world wars. And how many cars can say that? The Jeep. I believe the Jeep can say that. But yeah, I think the Jeep is the answer to that one. Can I fire 357 Magnum ammo from a Smith & Wesson model 638 plus P? Probably not. Let's go find out. What the heck is a Smith & Wesson model 638 plus P? Well, nobody knows unless you feel like memorizing all their numbers because there's no rhyme or reason. There might be some, maybe some kind of a system to their numbers, but there's a lot of memorization for most companies' numbers. So let's see, a 638 seems to be a J frame, which is their kind of small frame, and in 38 special. So no, well, 1, it wouldn't fit in there. 357 won't fit in a 38, and 2, it would be too much pressure, so it wouldn't work in there either. But it's not, it's too long. Let's see. So then, yeah, pretty obvious, but no, you can't fit it in there and it won't shoot from it. So I don't know if that's a common question or not. I mean, it goes the other way for sure. You can shoot 38s and 357, so maybe that's why people might be confused. But that's pretty much an answer that you can get from most gun shops, and anybody that owns one can just show you that it won't fit in there. That's actually kind of interesting. I don't know. Has anybody done videos on that kind of stuff? On what fits and what doesn't fit, and what's obvious and what isn't? Might be something for people who don't like hang out at a range. So I'm going to take a second. It sounds like Clover's getting home, so we got some time here before Clover jumps in. I don't know what's going on, Tony. Tony's got a lot of stuff going on in his life, and it's the weekend out there. Because they're just saying that George purrs right into the microphone. Yeah, this isn't snoring. This is short-nosed dog breathing. This is just how they breathe. They get punched in the nose. When their dog's bad all the time and it stinks and it poops all the time, people will punch them in the nose a lot, and then the nose will punch into their face and become a flat-nosed dog. So you can tell when a dog has a flat nose, it's usually a bad dog. Anyway, that's how they breathe like this. I don't know if he's cold or if he is just figured out that when I'm distracted that I'll pick him up and hold him, but that's what he's doing right now. Is he's just he's demanding being held right now. So I was going to say, let's talk about going to a public range. Since we were talking about that model 638, somebody was asking if you can shoot 357 Magnum out of a 38 plus P. Well, again, if you were just looking at it on paper, maybe in some kind of a magazine, and you said, oh, well, the pressures are similar, so I bet you they're the same. And maybe you said, well, the distance or the lengths of the cartridge are similar, but that sounds like a theoretical type of question rather than a practical, somebody who's tried just putting it in there and seeing if it'll fit type of thing. Not necessarily pulling the trigger, but just seeing if it would fit in there. And then right away it doesn't fit in there. So that's something that I was going to it made me think about public ranges. And whenever you talk about public ranges, you get division, right? It's a line where everybody has an opinion on, almost everybody has an opinion on, and you hate the fact that people get together and shoot together, or that's the only way you feel it's safe, that you hate the idea that people go out and shoot by themselves. And it's pretty much like that. There are, I guess, some people in the middle, and you can decide where you're at. But public ranges are awesome. Public ranges, either the really public ones where like the county or the state or some kind of Parks and Rec or something owns it, and it's available for everybody, like open access to everybody. Those are awesome. They can be just like anything, like a park or like any kind of shared resource. They can be a challenge, but at the same time, they've got their pluses and minuses, so they can be a massive benefit. I think I screwed up and did it an hour early without telling anybody, so sorry about that. Thanks for jumping in.
Hey, what's going on, man?
I was just gonna riff in because Clover's also getting here. He's not here yet. He's getting home.
Okay.
So we'll probably go longer today. So I did start it early, but nobody sounds like anybody else is going live today, so we're good to go. I don't think the Plate Society podcast, was live. I think Paul's on vacation. So anyhow, I was kind of riffing on public ranges, and in my experience doing, talking about stuff online all the time, about guns and stuff, people either love public ranges or they hate them. Like they either think the only place that's safe is to go to a range where there's range safety officers and everything's safe, or they hate going to them because of all those reasons. And people only go out to the woods or the desert or something. And then the people who like ranges typically think the desert or the woods are too reckless and dangerous, and you don't need to do that. We could be shooting inside. And then I guess there's a couple of people that have access to like a private range, which is what I call like a club or somebody's property or something, where you've got kind of the best of both worlds, where you've got the outdoors. Well, I guess not the best of both worlds. You just have a different version of a public situation where it's more private. Anyhow, I think that's a rift that's unnecessary, and it's something that people, for whatever reason, probably just side with whatever is available to them. And then if I only have indoor ranges, then that's the best thing. Or if I only have outdoor ranges, then that's the best thing. And I've lived and I've been around to places where it can be extreme. Like there are no indoor ranges. There's some places out west where there's just so much land that why would you even build an indoor range with all the requirements and the air conditioning and the what do you call it, like the circulation of air and all that kind of stuff, not to mention just, having to pay the fees and build the thing. It's just not necessary when you're in Nevada or something and there's just, deserts and private public land all around. But vice versa, there's places where you couldn't go outside even if you wanted to. Land's too expensive, and indoor ranges aren't necessarily perfect, but they're not the worst either. So I always wanted to say, as far as somebody was asking a question, if you could shoot a 357 out of a 38, and that made me think that that's probably asked by somebody who hasn't ever tried to put a 357 into a 38. Like it don't fit. So that's where I'm thinking private range. If you always go out to the woods or you always go to somebody's property and you've got like some cool place to shoot and you take advantage of it and you always shoot there, well, yeah, you're practicing your skill, but you're not experiencing anything else, and you're definitely not learning anything from anybody else. And when you go to a public range, it's like the opposite of that. Like you can't do anything on your own because there's always going to be at least somebody watching you or giving you advice or asking you a question or whatever, right? So that's what I wanted to get to, is I think there's a lot of people in my experience that never go to public ranges, indoor ranges, or they don't want to go pay when they could go do it for free, and they don't want to have a range safety officer when they think they're perfect and they can never have a problem. But they don't see the potential of that, like the good parts of that, like going in and being able to see somebody's gun that you don't own. Like you don't have to own every gun in the world. If you go to a range enough times, you're going to shoot every gun in the world. You don't have to go to SHOT Show to shoot every gun in the world. Just go to the range for a couple of months and you'll shoot every gun in the world. Anyway, so that's my little riff on that. But what do you think?
Oh, I think it's coming from someone who was born and raised in the country where you go outside and shoot, and then moving to Jersey where the culture in certain parts are 180 degrees different. I think there's a lot to be said for both, or good things to be said for both. But yeah, some people, I mean, they never really leave where they are, or they'll give an indoor range a try one time, when they were on vacation somewhere, like let's say Machine Gun Vegas or something like that. And it's like, well, that's kind of not a regular range, indoor range, or I don't know. You see it a lot in PA though, because people from Western PA, like where it's more country, come over to Eastern PA or Jersey, and they got some nice ranges in that area. Nice range in Harrisburg, and they're like, oh, okay, this is different. But then when you get the NRA 1 round, no more than 1 round a second or some crap, it turns some people off if you have too many of the knuckleheads inside the indoor range. So it's an experience. I'm glad I had it. People should try the other thing. But one thing the outdoor ranges do, or public ranges, if they don't have safety personnel, you really get to see how unsafe some people can be, because they might have had hunter safety training and that's it, or they've had none at all. And it's like, yo, dude, you should take a class. No, my granddaddy taught me to shoot. Yeah, but your granddad didn't teach you how to be safe. It's like, there are other people here. You've lasered half the crowd, or, you've pointed a gun at yourself twice. I watched a lady actually holster her firearm by sticking it in her abs and sliding it down her body barrel first to
Because
lock
she
it into her.
doesn't understand, just thinks of it as an inanimate object until pulling the trigger, it becomes a dangerous thing, and then it goes back to being an inanimate object.
And my partner and I were there shooting, and this was a range in PA where you pretty much, you're on your own, right? You pay your fee every month, and the range is there, and you go out and shoot. And we'd set up and we'd fired some rifles. We got some video, and her and her husband came out. She had I still remember, SIG P226 that she was carrying. And every time she went to holster it, she stuck it in her stomach to push her stomach out of the way to click it into her holster. And I looked at Sean. Sean looked at me, and we just started packing our stuff up. We're like, one, unsolicited advice is unsolicited and rarely appreciated. And I'm not packing a stomach wound today, so we're out. And we just left, man.
No, that's good. I mean, that's an option, right? And that's an option that a lot of times is the one that's overlooked when something else happens. Something's said, something's misunderstood or misinterpreted, and then blah, blah, blah. And then it becomes a thing. And then, yeah, that's. Well,
Yep.
There's no good answer to that. And that's an example of the kind of stuff that, what are you going to do? Like, I've been driving down the road before and seen somebody do something reckless, maybe with a phone or with, whatever, like a million different things. You could be reckless, like either the driver or someone else in the vehicle. It doesn't taint me on going on the public roads. Like, oh, I only take side roads now. Oh, I only take the bus route or something. Like we experience things that are annoying and dangerous, but guess what? We're also a bunch of competent people, and as reckless as people are, I know I drove around in Washington D.C. and I'm outing this person as people who know who I'm talking about, but I've been driven around in Washington D.C. by people who live in Washington D.C. and it freaks me out because I'm from Tucson, and like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not the same amount of traffic. Even if I drive to Phoenix, I mean, I've driven all over the place, but when I drive through somewhere, I try to drive through when it's like the middle of the night or when it's not traffic or like on an off day, so I'm not driving through traffic. But somebody who's used to driving through traffic and essentially texting and playing with Instagram the entire time and glancing up occasionally to, monitor what's happening on the road was just uncomfortable. It's weird for me. But on the other hand, that's every single person on the road is doing that, and they do it every day. So there's, as practiced as one can be. And if there was a problem, there'd be accidents constantly. And the fact is, there's rarely accidents, and the accidents are probably from people like me coming in and not being familiar with their normal routine, right, and getting in the way or screwing it up or something, or just somebody who's off their normal routine and not kind of with the flow or whatever. So it's going to be that way at ranges and stuff too. I'm not saying that dangerous stuff is okay, but at the same time, I think you had a great point there. Like, not everybody's looking for advice, and well, let's leave it at that, I guess. You want to throw? I've been kind of flashing some stuff on the screen. I don't know. What do you got going on? We didn't really say hey. So thanks, Tony, for jumping in. Normal day, or are you doing something?
Oh, actually, I was just about to go get something to eat, checking out what I was going to watch, or at least play in the car on YouTube, and I saw, hey, there's my picture. Wait a minute, I'm supposed to be on right now?
I'd say sorry about that. It's Tucson changes. We don't change, but at the same time, we shift from everybody else, and I never remember if I do it at 11, if that shifts it 2 hours from when it normally is, or if that puts it back in time. So I just kind of was sitting here going, okay, well, I'm going to set it up for 11, and turned out not to be a great time. No, you said you're going to get something to eat. What are you eating?
Yeah, I'm just going to go and grab something, but
What are you getting? What are you getting?
Last night I actually went to Recoil Range because they had their turkey shoot. So and it's 1, 2, 3, 5 targets, 5 shots, 15 yards, iron sights only. I'm like, I got this. Man, I could not see any of the rings on the target. And of course, the colored targets were the plumes, I guess, the feathers on the turkey. You know how they go up in the different colors, like a kid's drawing.
Yeah.
Well, the targets were each of the colors, red, blue, I forgot what it was. I think red, blue, and some other color. Yes, 25 people in it. I was in the top half. I was 11th. But I saw some really nice group and realized I just could not see. So I need to have my glasses checked, or maybe I just suck. I mean, again, tight group, so everything was together. It was just bad. I shot it with my Ruger SR22, so I know it was accurate.
Are you talking like couldn't differentiate the colors type of thing, or just focus on the?
I saw the colors, but I couldn't see where the center. I was guessing where the center of the target was because I couldn't really see the X. And it ends up I was not holding on. I think everything was like lower grouped a little to the right and lower than it should be. So I'm like, dang, dude, if I could actually see, I would have whooped butt on this thing. Not as good as some of the guys that shot it, though. Whew. Some of the guys almost had a perfect score. I think the perfect score was 250. And pretty much we had, I think the guys scored 240, about 240 something, but you had to go by the X's, the number of times they hit the X. So I thought that was pretty impressive with these guys. But entering a competition actually keeps you humble and makes you work. At least it keeps me humble and makes me work towards getting better at what I do. Last Saturday I couldn't be on because I actually took my partner at work to the range. You know, he's one of those guys that has been a work in process for 3 years. I'd finally convinced him to get his pistol purchase permit and buy a handgun. And that was maybe 2 to 3 years ago. And he never shot it until he went on a hunting trip last year and put like 5 rounds through it. He has an FN 509. So I finally got him to agree to go to the range last Saturday. And pretty much I started him shooting, and he was kind of, bad with it because he hadn't shot much. A handgun. I mean, he shot 5 rounds out of a handgun his entire life. So instead of having burned through his 9mm, I pulled out the SR22 and gave him a class. Pretty much ran him through it, and by the end of the day, he was shooting quarter-size 10-round groups at 15 yards. Excuse me, not 15 yards. At 7 yards. I just had him shooting and learning the basics of marksmanship, and that got him going. And now he's excited, and he's dry firing his gun, and he can't wait. We're going to set it up to go to the range once a month together until he gets like he wants to get, and I can convince him to actually take a regular training class. So I look at that as one of my success stories. I convinced him to be a handgun owner. I convinced him to buy a quality handgun, and I taught him some of the basic things, and now I'm trying to get him to take a class to defend himself and his family.
That's pretty cool. So I like the idea of taking somebody to short distance on cardboard or paper or something so they can see the bullet holes, have a point it aims like a target of some sort, or like I kind of like the I'd usually be at the whim or the whatever of the options available at the range we went to. So if I was taking somebody new to the range and we went to the county range, they'd have these 5 targets maybe. And then if I went to an indoor range, they might have like 25 targets because they just, pay more attention to that kind of stuff. So sometimes you let the person, like, what do you feel like shooting at? But I really like the ones that are essentially just a grid of circles, so that you've got a lot of small circles, because it's short distance like that. You don't need the room around the bullseye. You're not going to miss that hard. So, having a bunch of circles on one piece of paper is just efficient, and you don't have to keep moving the target back and forth at all. And they can kind of see their progress. So if you kind of do it like reading, you start at the top left and kind of go down and down and down. As they get better, they're going to see their group tighten up and then get on point, right? And that might happen really quick. It might happen over a couple of targets, but that's kind of neat. And then if you did something like, okay, now you're pretty good, depending how many targets you got, now you can try just one hand or left hand or something. And I dig that, because then as they feel confident, they're going to get some confidence right away, because they're going to have that skill pretty quick. And then they're going to be able to dial it in, I guess, as fast as possible at short distance like that. Good feedback and everything. And then as soon as they move it back to, like, let's say 15 feet, they're going to immediately experience the challenge of shooting. Right now, they're like, I just did it. I know I can do it, but look what happened. And then it's like 25 yards. And then they start seeing that everybody else is shooting at 100 plus. And they're like, okay, I get it. I get why shooting is neat. So I haven't actually been able to do that, because back in the day, it was a little different. We went through a little different structure. It was more like, we didn't do it at 7 yards. I guess we just never thought about doing it that way. But as you mentioned that, I really like that. I don't know if that's called like for the confidence of it or just for the satisfaction of it or whatever.
That's
but
what we do.
I think any age would dig it.
Yeah, it's a combination. Because again, it's hilarious how things I've done have changed, and I've watched how even how I teach changes. Because we do the diversity shoots and introducing people for the first time, we want to keep the target 5 to 7 yards out, because we want them to hit it. We want them to hit the target every time they pull the trigger, and then they can determine, how much better they want to be. But really, it's just, hey, I shot a gun, it was a lot of fun, and I hit the target. So we start out there.
As you're saying that, I'm thinking like back in the day, it was a lot of times like little brother or little kid, let me go. And it's like, okay, you can go. Now I'm going to put the target at 25 yards and hardly give you any instruction. You better, go.
Yep.
And then it was more like, haha, now until you're good enough, you can't shoot with us kind of thing.
Yeah, it was a gotcha
it was
moment.
Back in the day,
Yeah.
And depending on your dynamic or whatever. But yeah, there was very few people that were like, hey, let me give this eager person a lot of help. Like that just didn't, if you were eager, then you got to earn your way. So, challenge the new person and then let them go find out on their own how much practice. And then, then they come back. And if they've earned their way, now you get to run with the rest of the thing. So that's, like I say, that's just developed as more and more and more different people are jumping in. And it's not just eager, what's the word? Like, I'm going to say little brothers, but also like lower rank, like people that know they're in the pipeline. They just know that they need to earn their stripes or whatever. It's different than that, because there's people like, I don't care about no pipeline. I don't care about no stripes. I own this property. I want to know how to use it to this level. And then I'm going to walk away. They're not in the process. They're not looking towards, then I'm going to get a rifle. Then I'm going to get a shotgun. I mean, maybe yet, but it definitely most of the people I think nowadays are just like, I own this. I want to learn how to use it. Just like if I owned an iPad, I'd want to learn how to use it. Not for everything it can do, but for the things I want it to do. And then I'm going to put the iPad down and go do something else.
Yep. So I just want him to be able to shoot that thing. He's a hunter. He shoots the long arms. We're going to stop, or we're just going to keep driving through a stop sign. So he's a hunter, and he was like, all right, cool, let's do this. So he understood the principles, of course, of marksmanship as a hunter, but working with a handgun is totally different. Shorter sight radius. He usually uses the optic, but he has some iron sights. So he kind of got it. He just had to figure out how to stand, how to hold it. And since he was the only one that was shooting, so about an hour in, he got it. It all came together. Sight alignment, sight picture, follow through, and he was nailing it. And I took a picture and posted it to my stories. And it was maybe 1 inch to the right of the bullseye. And I know some people were like, well, why would you show that? Like, couldn't he hit the bullseye? I took a picture of when it all came together for him. You know what I mean? When it went from being rounds on a target of this one was good, this one was good, that one was bad, to one hole with a few around that one hole that he shot. Like he had a little rat hole in the center of it. And I was like, all right, now all you have to do is use a little Kentucky Wendish because the sights are on for me, but obviously they weren't for him. And he moved it over and he shot the targets out of shot the center out of like 5 different targets. And then we packed up and left because he was getting kind of tired and starting to stray all over the place because he alone did he did almost 300 rounds. Fired almost 300 rounds in an hour of 22 out of a handgun. So he was getting kind of exhausted. So we went out to dinner. He said he had a great time, and we were talking about what 22 handguns he's going to buy so he can practice shooting handguns cheaply and not paying for 9mm all the time. Oh, I saw you had the thing on Black Friday sales yesterday. I didn't get to listen, man. Were there a lot of deals out there?
What would I do? I figured I'd go live and see what people were doing and that kind of thing. So I don't follow a ton. I just kind of searched around. I didn't really look for guns and stuff. I just went to Amazon and farted around looking at things that I was kind of interested in. And then since I was live, people would throw in something and I'd go look for that. So I wasn't really looking for guns. I don't know how YouTube is with dropping links to gun shops and that kind of stuff. Plus, I'm not buying a gun. I don't care. I mean, there's a million other people talking about guns. I was kind of interested in like the things I was looking at last year versus this year. So like a 3D printer and drones, where I was kind of paying attention to drones last year, and I was definitely looking at 3D printers, and mainly just to compare to see what the prices were like. They seem to be about $100 more this year than last year, but that's the sale prices. So in other words, everything went up a couple of $100, and then they discounted it the normal $100, so it's still $100 ahead. So anyhow, so that was basically the one thing that was kind of gun related was as I was looking through Instagram, Rifle Dynamics out in Vegas.
Yeah,
they have all their patches on sale for $2.50, and they have a bunch from like what is it called, Red October, that they've done over the years. And then one of them, it was a Captain Caveman holding an AK, which is pretty funny, or like a cartoon character type of thing. So anyway, that was about the cheapest thing. And then I found some dog leashes on Instagram that were free, just had to pay for shipping. And otherwise, that was kind of stuff I was looking at. I was looking at like a, what is that called? A dash cam for my car or the van. Mine is kind of falling apart, and I lost the button that lets me, and my dash cam will record constantly out the front. But then if I want to, it'll record to a separate folder. So it's easy to find, like a 30-second slice. So I have this button normally, and I push it when I feel like recording something that's happening, and it's handy, right? Because then I can just go grab, instead of this giant folder with shit tons of files, I can go to this one folder and grab the couple that I've intentionally created. Well, I lost that button, so my dash cam is less useful than it was without that button, and the button costs as much as my dash cam to replace it, so it's not worth doing it. So I was kind of looking at what dash cams cost and that kind of stuff, electronics, and nothing so much gun related. Now, there might have been other people doing gun value things, and I just wasn't watching. Travis does that kind of stuff. He might have done that this morning. Did you, were you shopping at all? Were you looking for anything, or did you have anything on the radar?
Oh, no, I had nothing on the radar. Hold on a second.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm the same way. I didn't have any money to spend, so I don't do nothing for Black Friday. I figure Black Friday is for stores and for people buying appliances and microwaves and televisions and stuff. But we will do something for Cyber Monday over on your website store. So if anybody is interested in supporting our projects, we got the website store over there.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I was going to do Cyber Monday stuff. I had to go into work yesterday and really wasn't about trying to stay on the phone, finding out whose Black Friday sale was what. Plus, I have plane tickets to buy this weekend for SHOT. So that's what I'm doing with that money. And
that would be cool if they did Black Friday plane tickets. They don't do that, though, do they?
No, I don't think so. But I figured I'd at least try, see if anything was discounted. I mean, it's early enough that I should not have to pay a bunch of money comparatively.
I saw a thing that said the best day to buy plane tickets is Saturday morning, for what it's worth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because that's when everybody is actually flying or something. But it was just one of those Instagram things that I wasn't looking for. It just scrolled past, and it was like 3 or 4 tips on where to buy. They said to fly on a Tuesday and oh shoot, I can't remember. It said to fly on the Tuesday and return on the Thursday, or vice versa. But it was Tuesday and Thursday to fly, either in and out, and then so pick your tickets for Tuesdays and Thursdays if you can, and then to purchase the ticket on a Saturday morning. And that doesn't, they just said it doesn't matter if it's online or in person or what, but Saturday mornings are the times when they're like they have the least amount of pressure or something, or they're the most pressure, so their prices are the lowest possible.
Yeah, every industry has some like special something.
Windows like that, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, it makes sense. Hey, listen, you want to have the girls to yourself at a strip club, go on a Wednesday night. Just saying.
Yeah, exactly. There's things like that where if it's not in demand, but they're still open, then that means there's going to be opportunity. And the thing with planes is they've got to get to Vegas to fly a bunch of people home from Vegas. So that empty flight to Vegas is probably one of the cheapest flights. Maybe. I don't know how it works. So Plane Nut is saying on that ammo subject with regards to 308 Winchester, I know some 30-06 guns take those rounds, but must those guns be modified first, or can they be used interchangeably without modification? You're saying 30-06 that you can put a 308 in. Well, first off, 30-06 is way longer than 308, so you're not putting 308. You're not putting 30-06 into a 308. That won't fit in there. If you could probably put a 308 into a 30-06, so the same diameter bullet. I think they might be the same bullet, but the case is nowhere near the same size. If it fired, I would not want to be around that thing. So I don't think that's a thing. I know that there was 30-06 and 7.62 by 54R that were kind of close, but go ahead.
Well, what they did in the military, because the Navy did it, they were able to convert M1 Garands over to 7.62 by 51 because they used those. Actually, a friend of mine actually had those. He was in the Navy and he was their weapons officer or whatever. I wasn't his designation, but he was talking Navy speak and it confuses me. But he had a rating and that was his job. So yeah, you can convert it, but it actually it's a shorter cartridge, just like you said. So it's not something you can just interchange like 38 and 357 Magnum.
Right, like those are different size, but everything about them is the same outside.
Yeah.
The neck is different, so that would be a gap between where the 308 ends. I don't think it would head stamp. I've never put a 308 into a 30-06 personally, so I haven't done that.
Yeah.
But I think it would rattle around in there, but if it doesn't, the bullet would potentially rattle around. And that's where you get issues, is when there's a gap between where the bullet is leaving the cartridge and where it enters the rifling and stuff. If that has time to move at all, then it could get skewed and it could decide to not go down the barrel anymore. And now it just plugs the barrel, right?
Yeah, it's not some. Look, buy one or the other, they're plentiful.
But it could be a situation like you're talking about where a 30-06 was converted, or like a 30-06 platform shoots 308, and that could definitely cause some confusion, I would think.
Yeah.
And then nowadays, who knows what people are going to do just to do it.
Yeah, true. That because I know that the Navy was not really interested in the M14. It had no reason. You know what I mean? And they had the M1 Garands or Garans, whatever someone wants to say, left over from the Second World War. The military switched over to the NATO standard, and the Navy was like, all right, and put this together with this and plot out. There you go. We have 30-06 rifles that are now shooting 308, and that's what they did. But yeah, as a regular individual, buy one or the other. Don't try to mix and match, and that's going to be your apocalypse rifle that shoots more than one caliber, which is one of the most annoying content creator subjects I keep people keep putting out. What's your one caliber?
Some of those things are interesting. Like the first time you hear them, like, oh, that's interesting, like concept. And then maybe the second or third conversation, or maybe somebody comes along who's got some new insight to the conversation. But I mean, some of us have been having these conversations since we were in high school,
Yeah.
junior high or something, and the internet
Exactly.
just made them 1,000 times more often. And then you can only hear so many people, just for the first time talk about these concepts because I understand. And
And
it's something that's going to be interesting. I mean, we're talking about this, but like, I don't know, J-frames versus something else versus like a 380 ACP or something, right? Like that kind of conversation hasn't happened yet, but will happen to all these millions of new gun owners. Like as soon as they start buying their third and fourth gun, they're going to have all these weird conversations. Not all of them, but these weird
but yeah,
conversations
you're right.
will happen again. Yeah.
You're right. I guess I should stop being jaded because it's one of those things. Because I started this Second is for Everyone podcast to be that dude that talks to new people that may be having someone talk over their head, and then in the meanwhile, I'm being that guy right now.
But no,
But
sometimes
because
you
I
have to
think,
be a big brother so that little people, the younger siblings know what to expect or what, like it's nice having 3 or 4 older siblings because then they can
yeah,
all go a different path and you get the experience, all of them. So, yes, it's weird to be all of a sudden in a role where, you had been in one role and you're in the other, but there's also, you got to every once in a while play the one role, right? Like you can't just all, I don't know. I don't know. It's
yeah. I
weird.
mean, I guess it's right, and because and it is because I have the friends in the circle of friends I have that sometimes you get caught and you're going down the rabbit hole, and then someone just tell you, you don't have to go down this rabbit hole, right? Like, there's not going to be a multitude of gunfights in the apocalypse that you're talking about because really, you know, we settled the Wild West and Ma and Pa Cratchit didn't have 2,000 rounds of 44, 4440 to fight off Indians like that. Like they didn't have like 3,000 rounds stockpile for the Indian fight that they'd have to do by themselves because it didn't really happen. And it's not going to happen in the future either. But you can have more than one caliber. You can have more than one rifle. Unless you're swimming with them, there's no problem. Unless you got to swim them across a river, you can have more than one. It's not going to be a detriment. Like when does this really become a thing? Even
Well,
living in a state like New Jersey, you have to do paperwork and everything else for a different handgun, but you can purchase more than one.
Israel has the thing where, at least they had for a long time, we had a couple of people that would chat from Israel, and they have the rule where you can have one gun and 50 rounds of ammo. So you can change your gun every once in a while, but then you have to sell your one gun and buy the new gun, and you can have 50 rounds of ammo in your possession at a time.
Wow.
Crazy. So Plain Nut was following up with, I don't have either chambering. I was just looking into the idea of getting into the high power rifle realm one day. So, okay, that's a great question then. So yeah, it's not 38 357. There's a lot of rounds. There's a lot of calibers that use the 30 caliber projectile from the 30-06 because billions of those rounds were probably made. I mean, I don't think I'm exaggerating. At least millions and millions of rounds were made, if not billions of those rounds were made for World War II. And World War I, actually. So, these rounds exist. And when the wars ended, the production, had to be closed. And then there was product in the pipeline going to Europe. They didn't know the war was going to end. So they were sending bullets across. So at some point, everybody just said, oh, we got these bullets. Now what are we going to do with them? So then you get into recreational hunting and just people wanting to shoot and have competitive matches and stuff. And as people who are smart look at these cartridges and go, what if we did this and that? All right, well, now you're going to screw around with the cartridge shape or powder or something, but you might say, well, let's just use that projectile since we already have them. There's so many of them. Let's just pull all those projectiles, make a new case out of this old case, change around the powder, have better ballistics or whatever they're looking for. And I think the Wildcatters had so many 30 caliber projectiles for so long that's why we see so many calibers that became established from all those Wildcats, just because it's like, I guess we didn't see it with the 45 ACP because they didn't play around with it as much, but I think the 30 caliber projectiles are in so many bullets because of that. At least when I was a kid, almost all the Wildcat cartridges were 30 caliber or 270 or whatever. Getting into high power, I would say 30-06 is a historic round at this point. I don't think you're going to find too many people that tout the ballistics or the performance of the 30-06. I mean, it was capable and it did its job, but the reason all these other calibers exist is because it was like a jack of all trades.
30-06.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a historical cartridge at this point. I mean, I remember, maybe late 90s, reading online how the old school guys were still using 30-06 compared to the new guys who, maxing out 308. And now 308 is taking 30-06's spot as kind of the older cartridge. These guys are using 6.5 Creedmoor and 6mm Creedmoor and other things like that are a lot flatter shooting for longer distances. So, I mean, if you're getting into the game, in long distance game, you might not even be looking at 308 anymore. If you want to talk about, what's almost status quo for the last 10 years, it's going to be 6.5 or 6mm.
Well, that's the problem. I don't think there's a next one. I think one of the reasons I see what you're saying with the 308, but the 308 is a machine gun round, so it's going to be around for all the machine guns, all the belt-fed stuff that shoot it, and those usually don't get changed as often. So that's why the 54R still exists, because the PKM, right? That's why the 30-06 still exists too. But so there's the belt-fed ammo that you're always going to have available, but then like the FALs and the Setme's and all these other guns that shot 308. I mean, it was the right arm of the free world, so it was like the M16 before the M16. You got all the Cold War. Well, it's probably not as available as it used to be, but it still must have some existence. And then whatever new production there. So I could see the 308. I agree with you. Like, nobody goes around saying 308 is so great, except for people like me who like the historical significance of it and understand that it's like a pickup truck. It's not perfect for everything, but it can do a heck of a lot of stuff pretty well. But because people are like, well, that's great, but I want energy downrange, or that's great, but I want ultimate accuracy downrange, or that's great, but I want to be able to go in these conditions, or that's great, but right, then that's why other things exist. But it's sort of like we'll never see plain old M16 again, because we're never going to need to give thousands and thousands of people the same gun. We're moving more towards these 12 dudes need that gun, these 10 dudes need that gun, these 6 chicks need this gun, right? Like it's becoming more like we can make the small stuff, and there's no need to give everybody something because mass production dictates we have to make it in mass production or whatever. So, Rogue Banshee's out there.
Hey, Rogue.
Let's see. So I'm going to go back to some of the questions. I'll go try to hit some of these star ones. So I'm going to keep going. We're not going to do an hour today because Clover's just barely going to get here if he's still going to jump in. But I went live too early, so I'll probably go live for a while this afternoon. G23 is not doing a show either, so if you got questions, feel free to ask. We do have the database up here, the spreadsheet up here with some questions if it gets slow. But I'll give Clover a chance to jump in, assuming he's doing his normal thing and planning on jumping in here in a few minutes. So the next question was from John Smith. Haven't seen John in a while. Thanks for joining us. Longtime supporter of the channel and contributor to the comments. I wouldn't even be doing this, honestly, if John Smith hasn't been around for this long, being a contributor to stuff. Him and a couple other people, but very much appreciated. You don't know what it's like as a human being on the other end of the internet when somebody comes up out of nowhere, never met them before, and they're like, I don't like the way you do whatever. It's like, hey, great guy. I don't like your face. And then they get all offended. Oh, I can't believe you said about my face. I'm like, well, what the hell? Where did you coming up to me out of nowhere saying how, whatever about you don't like the little minor detail about something that's presented to you, right? It can be annoying. It can be frustrating, and it can be like, what am I doing this for? Especially when you're not getting paid. Like if you're not, you don't have somebody paying a big bill and it's easy to ignore the distractions or to just plain block people or whatever. But the other side of that works too. And the actual humans out there, the authentic people that are contributing to the projects on a long-term basis, those are the threads that keep projects together. So we're going to be talking about in a second here, people potentially starting new projects. I want everyone to value their voice, right? I want everyone to participate. The internet is awesome. It is the United States has a First Amendment, the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, the freedom of assembly. freedom of religion and all the other things that it gives us, are to petition the government, right? Those are important things. They're the first. And all of that is the internet. All of that is the internet. And this is 100% ours. And this is for free individuals, and it is liberty. So I really do appreciate the people that participate. But at the same time, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not selling you subscriptions to the internet. It's real world. And if you can't, navigate and be part of it, it's going to be challenging. So I want people to have a realistic version of it. So much appreciated when real people are out there becoming the threads that keep us able to keep a direction through all this stuff. So anyway, now Clover jumped in. John Smith is saying, says we were playing around about tubas. G23 is frustrated because they're about to encounter a situation in Oregon where potentially firearms won't be able to be transferred at all. And what's that going to do to the industry? What's that going to do to gun shops? Theoretically, it sounds like it sucks and there should be a law, but in reality, what's going to happen? And he was stressing out a bit. So there's nothing you can do over text messages other than, encourage worry or try to, lighten up the mood a bit. So I said I was just getting out of guns and getting into tubas because they're not going after tubas yet. And then we started having a little fun with that. So John is saying tuba playing can be stopped with a large Nerf ball stuffed into the tuba. Watch out for all the tuba players. It's now tuba playing Christmas time. The tuba players are playing in public. So kind of playing around with that. But again, thanks for, not really a question, I guess just a statement, but thanks for being there. Clover jumped in. Thanks for jumping in. Sorry I screwed up the time or whatever. Okay. I'm blaming it on Nancy Pelosi. Even though she's not in power, yeah. She had the power to screw up my schedule today.
It's fine. I mean, normally, probably wouldn't have been an issue, but today is Small Business Saturday. Hopefully folks are out there like I was at the local gun shop and that sort of stuff. So
right on. I'm glad you mentioned that. I totally forgot about that. I am poor and I don't hang out at any gun shops anymore.
I didn't buy anything. Don't get me wrong.
No, I hear you. It's just that I don't hang out anymore. So yeah, I haven't even. Didn't come to mind, but it is. It's an important day. This, we had or whatever it was, Black Friday for all the big box stores. Yeah. That's great. Keep them in business. Get your TVs free. But Small Business Saturday is super important. Riff on that a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't buy anything. But, there was lots of people there. It was a good time to go and hang out for a little bit. At least I don't think ever since they've done it, and they've done it now for 10 or 15 years. I don't even know how long. I've never missed a Small Business Saturday there. So, it wasn't about to start this year just simply because I was broke. But, they've got a lot of deals. They have some dealer reps, distributor reps, and some people like that show up and they do demos and just a lot of different things. Of course, they draw door prizes and they feed you, and they make a pretty big deal out of it every year. So I always look forward to going up there and hanging out for a little bit.
Your place makes their own food, or they bring in like a food truck?
No, they are a distributor for Green Mountain Grills. So they literally make their own. Okay,
because that was one of the things I thought was pretty cool. And, that's something that, again, if you're a content creator, we're going to be talking about content creators here today. G23 is not doing the show, so I'm just going to go live for a while today. But if you're a content creator and you're in the gun realm and you're looking for some angle or some way to contribute, if there's gun shops, and there probably are, that are affiliated with food trucks, have their own food truck, bring food trucks in for occasions, or like Clover's saying, have something going on of their own. Like a lot of them are entrepreneurs, so they'll have what do you call it, like a cafe or a food thing in their shop if it's large enough, at a range for sure.
Yeah.
And that could be something. Go check out their menu and say, hey, I got a channel. I'm going to come by once a month, once a week, once every 2 weeks, whatever it is for you, and work something out. Can I buy them for $5 a meal or something? And I'm going to, make a thing. And then remember that YouTube's awesome, but it's super important. Google Maps, Apple Maps, and whatever the different review things like, I can't even think of all of them anymore, but there's some food review places, and, get creative and make videos about how you're reviewing the gun shops, catering and their food trucks and their cafes. helps them out and gets the word out. And somebody who might just be a foodie is like, oh man, I can go eat at a gun shop. I don't even know what a gun shop is. And then they go and they find out that they like shooting or something, or at least they're not scared of guns anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. You got Yelp, and then you've got even just the Google business, right? And I do that, to back that up a little bit, or elaborate, every time that I stay somewhere, hotel, Airbnb, whatever, I always get a thing from Google business. I don't know why, but I do. It's like, hey, you need to leave a review for this place. So, and I always, every single time, because we, in Claremore, we always stay when we go to Tulsa, and we stay in Claremore, we stay at the La Quinta. And I always get a personal email from the manager of that La Quinta every time I leave a Google, whatever you want to call it, right? Review thing, like within a day or two, always like a personal email, not like a form letter thing or anything like that. It's awesome.
That's pretty cool. I've been doing Google reviews also. So I think it started because, going on the trips, man, you're going to find out what's good, what sucks, because you want to try to find a place to eat. And I've decided, traveling with Marco, that I didn't want to eat at chain food places when I went to other parts of the country, because McDonald's is McDonald's. So why would I, be in the middle of the country and not go to local food places? So I started writing reviews. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to interrupt you for a second to say that eating at McDonald's in California is an experience simply because of the price of McDonald's in California. But go ahead.
Anyway, yeah, you're right. But I go to these places and I just decided to leave a review because really my memory sucks. So I started writing it in a review, so at least I knew when I was there, and it just took off. So they just sent me a thing that says I have 1.7 million views on Google Maps.
Yeah,
that's super cool.
Have you ever had any interaction back and forth with other people that have left reviews?
Not with other people, but like you said, I've gotten contacted by like the store.
Oh yeah, I've had other creators and stuff reach out before, right? Like, because they've seen my review, they're like, "Oh snap, that's Clover," and they'll reach out and go, "Hey, you left a good review about this place, and we're going here for this or that or whatever, and what's your opinion?" And asking questions, about it, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, it's pretty. Oh yeah. Now that you ask, people would ask, just questions about the place. But I think the funny one, I did a review just to Taco Bell because they were on time. They didn't make me wait, and they got my order right. I was like, hey, for Taco Bell, that's a 4-star right there, right? And that was it. I was like, the people were nice. That was it. Get a friggin' text message. Ends up, the Taco Bell is owned by someone's wife whom I know. And they were like, yo, dude, just saw you left a review for my wife's restaurant. Thanks a lot. I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, my wife owns that place. I was like, oh, okay. I didn't even know, man. So yeah, the places get the emails when you talk about them.
They like that, right? Because they don't get it often.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool.
But yeah, I mean, Mike out there, I think it was Mike out there that was saying that, having no money and going to the gun shop, sucks. Well, 2 weekends ago or whatever it was, I went to the largest gun show in the world and had no money. So while I do agree, there are ways to shift your mindset, shift your goals, shift your thinking, and still go and enjoy yourself. And for me, it being Small Business Saturday was one of those things. I knew there would be a lot of people there. There would be a lot of things going on, a lot of opportunities to have conversations and other things. So, and same way with the Tulsa show and not having any money. I just, I went into straight up content creator mode more than anything. And it allowed me to actually view that show with a little different perspective. I was viewing it from a perspective of somebody that had no means by which to purchase anything at the show. So that's a unique perspective to hit on. And now if you're talking to somebody, you can go, hey, it's enjoyable, just the size and the scope and the scale and seeing all the cool stuff and everything else, even if you can't afford to buy anything.
I mean, Tulsa specifically, but any gun show. Tulsa costs like $20 or something to go in. Most gun shows probably $20 these days. But where else can you walk in for $20 and have the opportunity or the potential to find something of interest to you and ask the person about it, and then get insight from a human who knows about it? And if it's something like a table that a collector has a bunch of stuff, they're probably going to know a lot about it. And even if they do nothing but tell you stuff you already know, now you've cemented that your knowledge is probably verified, right? It's accurate because it's just been verified by somebody else. But if they can give you insight to stuff you didn't know or contacts, what's it worth to go into a gun show for $20 and not be worried about what grip angle you're going to buy or what red dot you're going to get for 5 cents less than off of the local gun shop, but then instead find out where a new match is. I found out about, I keep going to gun shops my whole life, but you find out about a new range, you find out about a new competition that happens, you find out about an instructor that's coming to town, or a class that's available, or something that you didn't even know. And that's kind of stuff. Like I've also gone to gun shows where it's like, hey, we need ammo for this weekend, or we need ammo for this thing or something, or we need, I'm looking for this, or I just got a bunch of bonus or something and I'm looking to buy something with that money. So I'll go in there with buying fever or whatever, I'm okay with that. That's what they're for. But at the same time, there's so much in gun shows. That's why I say go to the gun show for the whole weekend. I mean, go there, buy whatever you're going to buy, and then go back the next day to just fart around. Just when you're walking around a gun show without an interest in buying something, you're looking around and you're going to find other people that like, because everybody's normally looking at the tables to buy something and then they get the hell out of there. But if you walk around just looking around, you start figuring out like, oh snap, there's so-and-so from that gun shop. There's so-and-so that I shoot with at the range all the time. Oh, there's somebody from the motorcycle club or something,
The Great American Outdoor Show tickets, NRA's Great American Outdoor Show in Harrisburg, PA. Tickets just went on sale yesterday. That's a 9-day show in Harrisburg, PA. Pick a weekend or do yourself a 4-day weekend and go out there and check that place out, because it's a lot of stuff, not only firearms, it's air guns. They had the NRA actually sets up an air gun range, and I'm not talking just, a daisy. I'm talking like Olympic level air guns, also hunting type air guns are all going to be there. Campers, outdoor cooking, fishing, all outdoor lifestyle stuff is going to be there, and it's definitely worth going to. And I show up every year, and I'm trying to get sponsors for Diversity Shoot, but it is fun just to walk around with zero stress and zero expectations and just look at stuff. I mean, they have taxidermy services there. They got like somebody shows up with a giant charging buffalo taxidermied every year, and it's just pretty cool, because I doubt if I'll ever hunt a buffalo, but to look at that thing, it's like, holy crap, that's a lot of animal. And it's just fun to go there. It's fun to be around like-minded people, and you'll bump into darn near anyone you know. So check that out. It's going to be in February of 2023, but it's definitely worth checking out, especially if you live within driving range.
As I say, especially people on the East Coast that go into something like a SHOT or one of the big shows out west is a pain in the butt or not practical.
Yeah, definitely. It's like a week or 2 weeks after SHOT. It's really close to SHOT. Barely gives you time enough to get over it if you're an industry person, because they usually send SIG. So SIG is at SHOT Show, I think like 2 weeks before SHOT.
Not anymore, they're not.
Yeah, I know. I spoke to them 2 weeks ago. They're not going to be big. Yeah, no.
Because of the PA thing? Because of the Great Outdoor Show?
No, because of they were like NSSF, and the way they were acting. They were acting as if SIG didn't have any other options and they had to go to SHOT Show, and SIG was like, yeah, watch this. Bye. And they just not showing up this year, but they're going to Great American Outdoor Show, definitely. They're going to be at Range Day, and they probably have some of their people walking around at SHOT, but they're not going to have that 2-story condo, 2 spots taken up by SIG anymore, or at least not this year. I don't know if they're ever going to come back. But it's worth going.
When
it's a
did
fun
is that
event.
public, or is that like something that somebody made us think about, or is that just something you guys know about?
Well, we know they weren't coming. They paid not to come last year.
Yeah, it all happened with when the cough, and there was some falling out stuff that happened there. I don't know the particulars, right? But
Me
neither.
I've gotta also think that
I
you
just thought maybe
know
I missed something that I should have saw.
well, I've got to also think that all it takes is a slight change in leadership and executives or something like that, and they're back going again. You know what I mean?
I suppose on either side, or do you think on one side or the other?
Probably on the SIG side. I don't know that NSSF's going to do anything different. You know what I mean?
Because I was going to say, I don't think did NSSF do anything? Like, is SIG just dissatisfied with the path, or did
I
NSSF
think.
do something new?
Well, okay. My opinion, and this was bouncing around, was Sig got the military contract, and this is what I've heard people bouncing around. And I don't even know who said it to me. So if I'm repeating it back to you guys, and I heard it from you guys, I'm sorry. They were like, say has a military contract and sending someone to SHOT Show, and then having that spread throughout and maybe mess up their timelines of delivery to the military was unacceptable, and they decided not to go and expose their people to that on a large level, because they send a lot of people out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, SIG has such a big presence, and they're like, I mean, at this point, they're a player. I mean, they're a big player in the CCW and everything. So that's just a significant, not just a vacancy for SHOT Show. I mean, that's like you say, I wonder if that's like cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like, oh yeah, we don't want all these people to be paying attention to our product and let Smith & Wesson and Glock just take it and give FN the spot.
Well, this is for me. It's deduction and hearsay and all of that, right? So definitely nothing factual, but because I don't have any type of corporate relationship or anything else with SIG, I do know folks with NSSF, and so like the whole cough thing happened. SIG is, besides having the huge booth and spending money on floor space and other stuff, you're talking about being a sponsor. You're talking about, all the massive amounts of money they put into that endeavor, regardless, right? And so, they even made the statement with the cough thing that they would still give the NSSF a certain portion of money, regardless, right? And so they didn't agree with the NSSF, and this is kind of what I deduced, was they didn't agree with NSSF on some of the things that NSF was doing when they canceled SHOT Show, and then they didn't agree with a lot of things for this year, for 22, with the following year as well.
Okay.
And because of that, like, I don't want to get sort of what Tony said. Like, there were some conversations that rubbed them the wrong way. Like the NSF, like, not that the NSF, again, all hearsay speculation, not that the NSF actually meant anything by it, but SIG perceived what was said or whatever as, yeah, like, hey, you're SIG, you have to be at SHOT Show. And SIG was like, no, we don't. Not in this day and age. We don't have to, right? And it was like, yeah, hold my beer or whatever moment, watch this. And that's what I said. I think, I don't know. I think it'll mend. I think you'll in the future you'll see SIG at SHOT Show again. I don't know when that'll be, but I think it will happen. It almost would have to.
Oh, interesting. I had no idea. I appreciate that. Thanks for the insight.
Yeah, and I want to throw out there, I have nothing official. These are just conversations.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
These are conversations.
This is TMZ or whatever, right? Or Inside Edition version here. Don't quote anybody.
Yeah, no, not Tony said. Nope, Tony doesn't know anything. I'm dumber than most people's pets.
Well, but either way, if there's not a statement that tells people what's up, then they have to deal with the fact that people are going to speculate. So appreciate the insight, because I didn't even know enough to speculate. I didn't even know I was in a situation, let alone how to perceive it or whatever. So anyway, we're not here to gossip, but it was interesting. So let's say SIG, whatever reasons, situation happens. I see it, Glock, Smith & Wesson, they're fighting for number one. Maybe Ruger SIG and FN and HK are fighting for number 3, or am I crazy? And then if SIG says we're not fighting anymore, we're going to sit down, who takes over? H and K, FN, or is like Ruger at that level? Or is there somebody I'm missing? Does CZ come in and take it over? Or am I crazy that SIG is at this point, if this is the case, giving up their 3rd place position? Are they not 3rd place right now?
I don't know where everybody lies on that, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't disagree with you that
I think
Glock and SIG are up there.
Yeah, I think it's Smith & Wesson and Glock for sure fighting for 1, and so they're 1 and 2, and then
but the Vista owned companies are huge for sure.
What are those?
That's Federal, Remington now, CCI, Poppies. Good Lord.
Well, you're just talking size of company. I mean, buy-in for the CCW pistol market.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I meant specifically for the pistol market.
I really think SIG is there. And just because SIG isn't at SHOT doesn't mean they're not at the plethora of other shows all year long. And most of those actually have regular people going to them. So I don't think they're really losing out much.
Well,
no,
with SHOT, with SHOT because they got the military contract. And then once you get the military contract, the police come to you.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't care about money anymore. And then customers are coming to you because of those other 2 things. Yeah,
so it's like, yeah, they don't have to do that. So I think it's going to be SIG out there. It's going to be Glock. It's going to be Smith.
Most companies are telling you, though, that, or what I hear, is that there is as far as demand goes, there's a shift happening away from the whole concealed carry, and more into the retro, metal and bigger, larger stuff, revolvers, for example, things of that nature.
Yeah,
like,
everybody wants a staccato and they can't, so they get something big in towards a staccato.
Like the
Smith and Wesson,
it would
MP metal.
It would make sense if you're talking about getting an influx of people like we have for years. We've seen the concealed carry, states with constitutional carry open up, all this other stuff, which has opened the doors for people to carry, be it concealed or whatever, right? But you're talking a carryable firearm, a smaller firearm that gets people into the community, into the marketplace, into this, right? And then they find other things, right, which are what I would classify as range toys, more or less, right? And so there's a shift happening. Most of the companies I'll talk to says there's a shift happening away from that. Not completely, because you've always got people coming into that demographic or whatever, but that because of that influx, you're seeing more people interested on like day-to-day sales or whatever you want to call it. More people interested in the having fun range toy competition style, like they've already filled their carry needs, right? People don't typically get a new carry gun every year or anything like that. So if they have become a vital part of the community, what are they going to buy, right? Well, they're going to buy things to take to the range. They're going to buy things to hunt with. They're going to buy things just because they look cool, whatever the other cases might be.
Very true. I mean,
whatever a movie shows.
We're seeing it with the products they're putting out.
This is true, yeah.
Smith & Wesson has their MP metal. SIG already had their, what is it?
The 210.
And then Matrix Arms has their metal Glock chassis out. So does another company. Yeah. So yeah, things are changing. But then you have states like New Jersey that, with the Bruin decision, entire states of people have been opened up to concealed carry. So that's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It's getting more popular after Bruin. I think there'll be another run on CCWs. But the people that came in during the run up to 2020 and to, half the country being constitutional carry, I think all those people have got their guns already for concealed carry. And yeah, they're interested in going to that next level because to some people, guns are like potato chips. You can't just have one.
Yeah, and it's a cycle. It's like everything. There's a cycle that goes on, and there's no different with what types of guns sell, and all of that stuff. So yeah,
I just find it funny that all of a sudden people were talking about the Smith and Wesson M&P was it 2.0 metal because they love to string every name together. They're in the same naming convention as the Navy. If you can do it with 2 words, let's do it with 6. But people are like, yeah, do you think this Smith and Wesson, this metal gun from Smith and Wesson will work? I'm like, yeah, I think Smith and Wesson knows how to make metal guns. Maybe. I think they got it down pat.
Well, and it's brilliant because something like Glock, there's nothing Glock can do against a metal frame.
Nope.
Not at all.
Nope. Not under Gaston, for sure.
Well, I mean, they'd have to retool. They just don't. They'd have to make new factories. They'd have to completely do everything differently. So.
Yep. Right.
But the case would have to go. I was trying to come in and say like fads and trends still exist, and people that think
right.
Like,
yeah.
Oh, it's over. Yeah, whatever. It was over with the 1911. It was over with the 357 Magnum. It was over with the Ruger. It was over.
10 millimeter, right?
Yeah, 10 millimeter is over.
Okay, so back before when Tony first jumped in. And again, we're going long today. G23 normally does his show on Saturdays, and he's not doing one today. And in memoriam of the ability to buy guns in Oregon being worked with. So we're going to just chat here today. So earlier I was talking about going to the range and the advantages of going to a public range and I guess I was starting with the premise that often online people will have like a divide, or shooters will have a divide between public ranges and private land. Like either you go out and you shoot in wherever your backyard, some shared land or some just land somewhere, or you go to an indoor range with range safety officers and all the rest. And some people that do one usually hate the other. And there's very few people that can appreciate that are enthusiastic of both. So with that in mind, we were just kind of ranting on it. I'll give Clover a chance to rant on that if he wants. But Woods had said, never thought of people watching might be good. People are very whatever. I hear you. And that's what I'm saying is I don't think it's always a great idea to have. I mean, it's not like it's always great when you're at a public range, but I mean, I've just spent way too much time at public ranges and I see both the good and the bad of it. And the good parts of it is when there's a bunch of people who know each other, they're all regulars. I mean, imagine what we're all doing when we're online, except at a public range and we're all showing up on Thursdays. And every once in a while, we're all there on a Sunday. And it's like, it's crazy. When you go to like I was volunteering at the range, so I'd be out there all the time. Volunteer for a while, shoot for a while, making YouTube videos. It worked out real well. Hanging out at the shop, I could bring out the used guns and shoot them and, make sure they work good, or fixed gun or repaired gun or something, make sure it works, bring it back to the shop. It worked out real well. So out there all the time, like I say, there'd be a group of people who shot together on Thursdays for whatever reason. Like they knew each other from work. They were shooting at a match. They were getting ready for hunting, whatever. They shot together on Thursdays. It was their free day from work, right? They shoot together on Fridays or something. And then they'd all show up on a Sunday for some reason, or 2 or 3 of them would show up on a Sunday just randomly. And now Sunday is usually like everybody's kind of potpourri. Everybody's there for different reasons. Very few people shoot every Sunday, but some people do. And then when they do, it's so crowded that they don't have a chance to just shoot the shit with each other. So when you get people from Thursday show up on a Sunday who do shoot the shit, and they're used to shooting the shit, and that's happening while Sunday people are like going, what? I didn't know you could go out here and hang out. I didn't know this could be social. Wait, what? We're allowed to talk to each other? It was crazy. I don't know if people have been around ranges enough to see that kind of stuff, but that's why I encourage you don't want to dismiss public ranges just because I think Tony mentioned like you had one bad experience or something. Because I'll tell you what, you can go out hunting, or not hunting, but go out to the hunting range area and have a hunter tell you to scram. Go, you do your target shooting at the range, kid. Or some bicyclist go, hey, you're reckless. I'm calling the police because you're trying to use the same shared lands as I am, and I don't get the rules, right? Like you can have a bad experience either way. Anyway, I'll let Clover riff on that, but I guess one of the things I was saying is that having the people around can sometimes be a benefit or a positive.
Yeah, I don't shoot on any type of a public range really anymore. But I've spent lots and lots of time in the past, whether that's uh, practice, competition, whatever it might be. I've always been blessed to have land, private land. So, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it's we've talked about it before when it's where's the best place to gain some info or ask questions or whatever it might be, and definitely a range is one of those places, or it can be because there is a um, there can be. I don't want to say there is. There can be a social aspect. One thing that I have found is, it's very clicky. You know, um, and it it throws a hitch in my giddy up. Um, that's why I prefer. I don't have nothing against it, and it's almost I call it the church syndrome. Anytime there's a situation where I don't really want to go somewhere, right? Or I don't really want to go do anything, but yet I know that if I ever do, I will enjoy myself, right? I call that the church syndrome, right? And so public rangers for me is that way. It's like I don't really seek them out anymore. And even before, it was almost like, ugh, it's a necessary evil. But then I get there and I enjoy myself and I have fun, right? So it's not like I've got anything bad to say. I know that for me personally, when I'm talking about it, they'll throw a hitch in my giddy up. It's when it's me, myself, and I, you know, at home on private land. Um, I don't have to worry about, oh, the range is cold, or this somebody down here said this or did this, or you know, weird things caused by other people, right? It's like there's no hang-ups, there's no distractions, there's none of that going on. So whatever the task is at hand, I can focus on that, and that may be for better practice or a higher quality practice on my part, or that may be from whatever objective or goal I'm trying to achieve. Maybe it's sighting in a rifle. I can do that a lot quicker, right? A lot easier, a lot smoother. Get out there and get it done, and you know, so is one better than the other? Ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't think so. They have their good points and they have their bad points, just like anything. Obviously, on private land, I mean, unless you're talking about a situation to where it's a scheduled meetup type thing with friends or family or whatever on that private land, you're going to be by yourself, so there's zero social aspect. But sometimes, it's just like every other part of life. I mean, sometimes you don't want or don't need that social interaction. Um, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
No, I hear you. That's what we're here for, is just to offer insight, right? And I was gonna, as you're saying that, I'm trying not to interrupt or whatever, but then as Tony's probably, I mean, sure, Tony's definitely the one who spent more time on a public range. And I don't know if you go to the public ranges at prime time when there's a whole bunch of other people there because you're doing your events and stuff in the evenings and stuff. But as Clover was saying that, I'm thinking, because I haven't spent time at a public range very much in the last years either. Definitely not in the last few years for sure, but I mean, not even the last probably 10 years. So they have to have changed because we're not going to the public ranges. People that are know-it-alls are never going to a public range. People with access to their own stuff are never going to a public range. So the people that do go to a public range are the people that are going to the public range. And that means it's the people who are either new or don't have any other choices. And then, that's going to be a group of people that are not the know-it-alls and not the people with ultimate options. And I'll bet you that dynamic's changing. So, I mean, trends and tastes and stuff, but as new people show up and they're not gun people, they're just people, but they're all their experience in shooting together. Are public ranges totally different now where it's like they don't even share each other's guns, or are they like
it's okay. I don't know. People know what I do because everybody doesn't know me. Does this. I go to public range on a weekly basis. I host events at public ranges every 2 weeks in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, multiple ranges. The same, hey, you want to check this out, it's still there with some people because you still have the very friendly, outgoing people. And again, this is in New Jersey where I'm from Virginia, so I see the difference in attitudes. Like people here are more closed off comparatively. You know what I mean? As far as friendliness, if you're not used to it. If you're from down south and you move up to New Jersey, people may seem rude. But being up here for as long as I have, yeah, they're still the friendly people that, hey, you want to check this out? And the conversations still are being had. And it's still there. It's still cool. People were outside talking. Last night, I was at the recoil range in Monroe, New Jersey, and they did a turkey shoot. So you had 5 lanes dedicated to this shoot, and then the rest of them was everybody that came to shoot regularly. So you had a queue in the lobby, and people just talking to each other, going from group to group. So it's still friendly. It was still questions about, this gun, that trainer, what insurance do you use? And it's all, U.S. Law Shield, because that's all that's legal in Jersey. But then that conversation is being overheard by somebody that didn't even know there was such a thing. So it's still the relationships that some of us who've been around a while have seen at ranges. It's still there, and it's still pretty cool because it's new people and you get to talk to them and get their outlook because they haven't been watching all the YouTube gun channels or reading all the magazines like we grew up reading. They don't even know about the NRA magazine subscriptions that we had to choose, when you're trying to figure out whether you want American Hunter or American Rifleman, or they don't even know about any of that. So it's cool to watch the new generation come in, and they're just as friendly and just as clicky, and everything that we had, they have. Yeah, so everything that we grew up with, they have right now. It's more of them, and it's good to see, and it's more diverse than it was when I was coming up. Because when I first started shooting years ago, outside of private property, going to ranges, yeah, I felt like I felt like a brother that accidentally attended a Klan rally. It was nothing but white dudes, nothing but white guys. Pretty much everybody had the same rifle, same pistol, revolvers, maybe some other actions, some bolt actions. That's what the range was back then. And I'm talking early 90s. Well, now in 2020s, it's totally different. A lot of people have ARs. Again, I'm talking about this area. Even when I went out to Omaha, it was still mixed. It wasn't as mixed, but it was, it was Omaha, Nebraska. But there were still minorities there. There were still women, lots of more women than I was used to from back in the day. That's the new demographic. And it's really appreciated too, because you learn a lot more. And since I've been making it my mission to actually work with more female trainers to see what they're seeing, and also to make ladies feel more welcome in my events, I've learned that you don't really have to baby people. You don't have to, women shouldn't, new shooters and women should start off with a 22. It's like, no, they can start off with something like a Glock 19 and 9mm. It's not really going to hurt them. And if they have bad flinches or other bad practices, you can work on it with a 22 and get rid of the recoil and noise, and then get them right back on it. They're physically capable of doing it. So I'm learning a lot, and the demographic has changed a little bit, but everything that we had, they still got.
And then what about the appreciation for the old school or whatever? There's that appreciation or interest in vintage, but do they care about listening to old people about it?
I'm laughing because I became that dude. Also, some of my friends there are that guy, and yeah, they want to hear it, especially again because the guys I volunteer with have been doing this for decades. So somebody's been training others for 30 years. You might want to listen to that dude and hear what he has to say, and people are actually listening. And he's not just pontificating about the old days. He actually talking about it so it applies to today, not just talking about how much better everything back then was, because it's not. So yeah, they're listening. And a lot of people like the older stuff because they grew up, some of them, especially here, they grew up on it. The Beretta 92, the 1911, Some of them even knew about CZ75s, and then all of a sudden they're talking to somebody that has some, and they want to know about them. They want to buy them. It's funny watching a 22, 23-year-old look at me going, wait a minute, what? You have CZs pre-B? And I'm like, yeah, I have 2 of them. Oh man, that must be awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Want to shoot them? So I think it's great. I think firearms cross generational boundaries, and we just had to give people a chance. And we're seeing that a lot now in public
Well,
ranges.
that's a great way to say it too. They cross the generational boundaries, because then what expertise, awareness, or like experience with a platform or a model or something, which might seem insignificant, all of a sudden, not forever, but it's going to come to be curious. People are going to be curious about it. They're going to be interested in it. Sometimes it'll be something that sticks around, but often it'll just, like any trend or whatever, it'll kind of, the focus will keep shifting around. But every once in a while, there's an opportunity for someone who has an interest in a specific thing to to be part of the conversation and to have people seek it out. That's one of the neat things. Like you say, it's cross-generational, because then as people start to, as younger folks who understand, we're about to talk about the internet here, as people start to use the internet but don't know about nothing, start to mix with the people who know about stuff but don't know nothing about the internet. That's the best of both worlds, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm laughing because I see my guy Rosie, David Rosenthal with CNJFO. I think Rosie's like 10 years older than I am, but Rosie started shooting in 1853, if you listen to him tell it. And he's shot a lot of different things. He shot black powder in competition, black powder handgun in competition. His competition gun was a Walker, like obviously a Walker replica. But he has, 100-yard targets he shot with his Walker. He has targets that he shot with police combat pistol, PCP. I think they call it PCP. Anyway, he shot those competitions. So he has like ready-made guns from then. And then he can talk about 1911s of different lengths. So when you have the guys that grew up with video games and they grew up playing, Modern Warfare, World War II, and Rosie shot a bunch of those things and owns them and tells you where you can go to shoot them too. It's like, this kid's a black kid that's like 19 years old talking to Rosie. This conversation wouldn't have happened over any other interest these two have, because they don't share any except this. And I think that's just really cool. I think we should use this as gun people to actually help reach other generations with no expectations outside of the firearms thing. And we use that as an intro, because what we need is the next generation to care about guns like we do, care about that right like we do. And it's all a thing. You interconnect it to make them understand that it can go away. Because the stupidity here in Jersey and now in Oregon, because Oregon became New Jersey overnight, which is insane. But when you realize that Beretta 92, yippee-ki-yay MFer, that you've been wanting to get since you were a kid now is limited to 10 rounds. And now in Oregon, you have till December 8th to buy it. All of a sudden, it takes on a whole new urgency. Now it's important. And if you don't have those relationships built already, if you've pushed them all out of the range because you didn't want those young kids in the way, well, you've gotten rid of a generation that can activate themselves through the internet, like you said, and use this tool to reach a lot more people than you can, or a different age demographic and a different energy level.
We've got more questions here. We're about 90 minutes in. Like I say, I've got no ambition to keep it short today. We can go long if you guys are able or interested in going long. But one thing I would like to potentially address, and I'll leave it up. You guys can leave. We can leave it more lighthearted or more light topic or whatever it is, or we can get into it a little bit more. But I have no problem with getting into it. We've got Oregon, in which Tony just mentioned here, made me think of this, so I'm going to bring it up. We've got Oregon, was it 114, which is about to take place, happening on the, I'm going to call it the coattails of Washington State losing magazines and having some pretty heinous stuff happen to them, or allow happen to themselves. I mean, we're not however you want to look at it. Like some stuff just happened in Washington. It wasn't, I can't remember the year now, but it wasn't too long ago that some horrible stuff from, I believe, Washington got its way down to Nevada and got passed on a ballot measure. But then when it got to actually be implemented, the Attorney General, I believe it was like, there's no way. I mean, even if I wanted to do this, it's not possible. You've written it wrong. So it's ripped up. But that almost happened in Nevada. There's being aware of what's happened in other states. There's being oblivious to what's happened in other states. There's being helpless to what happens in other states. And then there's being like becoming useful, right? So with that in mind, it's been a while since New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York, California. Honestly, to some extent, New York has been under tyranny since 1910 when they first created the racist gun control laws, the Sullivan Act, right? So it's been a long time since New York, but some of these other states like New Jersey and Massachusetts, it sounds like might have gotten your worst in what's the word, infringements after the assault weapons ban or around there, maybe 68, but more recent modern history. So you still lived with it for a long time, but you're aware of what it was like before and then now during. And while these other states are just tasting it or having it threatened or dangled at them, obviously California is a whole nother topic because there's 7 million people there. Is that a topic we want to get into as people who've been around guns for a long time and seen? I mean, there was a time when all three of us would have said, if someone would have said, there's going to be a day when all 50 states have constitution or have concealed carry, we would have said, well, that's not true. There's never going to be Illinois. There's never going to be this state. There's never, so you're wrong. Like, we would have challenged them and had a big fight about it and felt we were right about it. And here we are in 2022 in the state we're in. So with the awareness that we've got and, intentionally or unintentionally have experienced all this, is there anything we can do for people in Oregon, for people in Washington, for the rest of the country who sits there, like that meme where there's like the boat that's sinking and the people in the wet part of the boat are treading water or bailing water, and the people are in the bow of the boat and it's going up in the air because of the way boats sink are laughing at them for bailing water? How do we prevent that meme from happening? Is there a way to think about this, or do you guys see a strategy or a technique or a tactic, I guess, to change the thing and get us out of this? Because I know a lot of organizations are kind of happy with the game and a bunch of them feel like it's not their game. Or do we not want to talk about this on
Part of it's bridging a generational gap, because what you're talking about, from once things take root, once anti-freedom things take root, what do they call that? Where like you start a relationship, it's a mental thing or whatever, where you start a
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, Stockholm syndrome.
Yep.
So it's almost like that, where once some tyranny has taken root and you've lived under that tyranny, and then the next generation grew, not just partially lived under the tyranny, but now has grown up with the tyranny, and then theirs, and you start getting so far removed where it originally happened. I was seeing a thing like this the other day, and they were talking about a law. It was, I can't remember what it was now. I don't remember what piece of legislation this was. It may not have been 2A related, but they were making the case, and I think it was Jersey, Tony, if I'm not mistaken. It was somebody from Jersey, but this moron was making the case that because Jersey has had this legislation for 50 or 60 years or whatever, that somehow it was okay. And it's like, if it's unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional. It don't matter how many years it's been around. Like, that's irrelevant. Just because you lived under tyranny for 60 years doesn't make it right, And so I think it's being able to bridge those generational gaps to the point to where, it kind of gets back what Tony was saying earlier about, asking about the CZs or the 1911s or the 92s, or, what you see with a lot of younger folks now getting into steel frame stuff and getting into milsurp stuff. And, it's really cool to see. But we've got to bridge those gaps as well when we're talking about infringements in a lot of these states, because if what they say is true, And it's hard to dance around politics completely. But if what they're saying is true, they supposedly, we're expecting, all the talking heads were expecting a red wave. Well, there wasn't really a red wave; it was more of a red rising tide, or whatever you want to call it, right? Like a trickle. Anyway, um, and they say, well, that was because of, a lot of the people are saying, well, that was because of the younger vote. The younger vote turned out, and blah blah blah. Well, if that's the case, and I'm not saying it is, I'm just hypothetically, if those talking heads are correct, and we're looking at the political landscape being decided by the younger generation, then it behooves us to get the younger generation interested in the Second Amendment, interested in liberty and freedom, interested in those types of things, right? And one way that we can do that, how you do it with a lot of other stuff, I don't know. But one of the way that you can do that with, on the firearm side of things and the Second Amendment side of things, is through television and movie and pop culture and that sort of thing, and being able to explain to them that, hey, that whatever cool thing that was, you could actually own that if you didn't live in California and it wasn't on where it wasn't on the roster, right? Like, hey, if you lived in Texas, or if you get this overturned, or you know and then start getting them to question, well, why can't I own this, or why can't I have that, or why can't I buy this, why can't I buy this, what's the problem, right? If it's okay in other states, because that also plays into something that we see in younger generations, is we see the blame game. Like, why do they get to do this and I can't, right? I mean, we see that in kids anyway, right? That's a very juvenile type way of thinking, is why does that person get to play with that toy and I don't got it, or why does that person have that and I don't have it? But we could actually play to that mental scenario, the juvenilism, whatever you want to call it. We could play to that in a little way and go, hey, they're able to enjoy these, whatever they are, because they don't have a roster. Oh, and by the way, if you look into it, how in the world is a roster even remotely constitutional, right? So, and then you start getting that generation that, again, supposedly is able to turn the political tide, and we make them more pro 2A. Doesn't make a difference, for the 2A. I don't know that it makes, we're specifically talking in that aspect. I don't know what it does for other political talking points, but for 2A, that's what I pose. If we're able to reach that demographic, bridge those gaps, and they are the future, which, I mean, the younger generations obviously the future anyway, what difference does it make down the road? And I think it can make a huge difference.
I think you're right. It makes a giant difference. And the way you do it and get them involved in other things is get them involved in one thing. Understand all of your interests. If you take that circle out far enough of that interest, interconnects with other interests. One thing I've noticed that firearms interconnects with is self-reliance and self-sufficiency. Because once you start the firearms thing, depending on why you get into it, some people get into it for self-defense. They go, yeah, I have to take care of myself. And I had a group of ladies from New York that came through, and they not only were talking about self-defense, they met taking a free class somewhere in New York, and they grew their circle. And then one person was into urban gardening, growing her own food. Another person was into something else, like yoga and fitness. And what they did was, all of a sudden they're joining together, and they have this little community of friends that reach out to others. And these are Black and Hispanic women, and they hooked up with other Black and Hispanic women when they come to our events, and then they just talk to any female as a sisterhood. And now that clique is kind of big at my events when you go through, because the ladies are on the forefront of this. Ladies and minorities are on the forefront of this, and we, as people that have been around the gun industry for a while, we're going to have to let them take the lead, but also emulate what they do, and just with our social circle and the people we talk to. So yeah, a gun is a gateway drug to freedom in my mind, and that's the way we get people to change. Now, I'm not saying get someone to all of a sudden go from being a Democrat, generational blue vote blue all the time Democrat and it's going to turn them into a Republican. But what it might do is pull them back from the fringes and start making like gun control not a political issue on the national stage, because changes happen. We have 25 constitutional carry states. We have post-Bruin world where, yeah, concealed carry is now legal in every state. And we need to keep piling up on that. And as gun people, I think many of us are not used to a win in places like New Jersey and how to capitalize on that win. And everything is seen as bad news. Now I look at 114 as kind of jacked up, but also kind of good in the way that it should and will motivate more gun owners to actually participate in the process. This passed with like a 52% vote on the ballot. So it was close. It was really close. Now we have to activate those gun owners and use that L in Oregon, that loss, to our advantage and get people politically motivated. And then what we do is what people have done with New Jersey, New York, California for years, is use them as an example of what happens when you show up and don't participate, when you show up and don't get into it. One of the bad things about what I saw in Second Amendment activism was everybody, and I saw it even in 2020 when the demographic changed and more people started buying guns, when 8 million new gun owners came on. We had a bunch of older gun owners that were activists talking about now they have to vote, for their gun rights. And I'm like, hey, bro, most gun owners don't vote for their gun rights. Most gun owners don't even vote. And I laughed to myself when I heard this red tide. And I probably said it on other podcasts, maybe even this one. There's not going to be a red tide because it's midterms. People don't vote in midterms. Midterm elections outside of school board elections, which has the worst turnout, midterms have the worst turnouts. And that came through. A lot of people stayed home. So
Yeah,
that's what
a lot of focus on the results, but not on the number of people who voted versus the number of people who could give a shit and just stayed home, like you said.
Yep. And as somebody who worked the election polls for 2 decades, I'm telling you, even showing up at the election, the voting place that I showed up at, it was busy, but it wasn't presidential election busy. It wasn't even a good midterm busy. So yeah, when we take a loss, we need to learn to reverse it and use that energy to advance ourselves. We do need to reach out to others, and yeah, that it can change the politics by getting people involved in firearms, because they've made it a political issue. Then we need to poison that well. We need to get more and more gun owners that are Democrats to actually go, they're trying to take this away, and these are the rules. Hey, so what kind of gun do you own? Oh, I own this. That has 15 and 17 round magazines, but because you live in New Jersey, you're stuck with 10 because they just made up a number, right? And the number they want to go to next is 7. Do you want to pay $35 extra on top of the buying of your 10 round magazine to have it penned to 7 rounds? Well, if you don't want that to happen, you're going to have to get on the phone. You're going to have to start making phone calls. You're going to have to start voting in primaries. You're going to have to start being politically active, or plan on paying nearly $100 for a magazine with 7 rounds in it, or buying a whole new gun, or learning that 1911 life, because that's what you're going to be stuck with. And you can't have these features on an AR. Or you got to start looking in the mini 14s.
You hit a couple of things there, and I didn't want to interrupt Clover, but I think that I did want to interrupt Clover, but I stopped myself because I didn't want to stop your flow there. But as you were describing it, and then Tony a couple of times kind of, I think, is the same thing, or at least describing a facet of the same thing, and that's that gun owners up until recently have either been quiet about it or been willing to be that guy, right? Because there was a connotation of a marginalization. I like to use the word because I'm stealing that word from the other side who uses it all the time as a weapon, right? Well, let's use it right back at them. If they want to suggest that it's things, then we're going to call it like it is too. Like they are intentionally changing the perception of firearms owners based on one, suicide of mostly veterans, or crimes committed by people who happen to have a firearm in their possession but a lot of the crimes that they point to are crimes of possession. So people who possess a firearm in a place where it's been deemed inappropriate or illegal to own a firearm, or the person has been deemed inappropriate to own a firearm, that's a lot of the crimes. Then there's the violence, and the violence is induced by a war on morals, and that's ignored. The war happens in 5 counties. That's ignored. I mean, a majority of the violence with guns comes from 5 counties. That isn't, of course, suicide. It comes from just 5 counties, and that, these aspects of it are ignored. But I think that gun owners had always, because of all these things that are working against us or had been working against us for a long time, kind of building up against us, you could say. You either had to keep it on, like even putting a sticker or some kind of a pride token on your vehicle, like I'm a gun owner, or I like this brand, or I belong to this range, or I believe in these values. You were discouraged from putting that on your vehicle because your property, which is deemed more dangerous than other property, right? The gasoline in everybody else's car isn't as dangerous as the firearm in your car somehow, right? So by marking your car as one that might have property in it, you're probably being tactically wrong. So, we've been encouraged to mind our business and to be quiet about our things, and to not, to vet someone before we let them know that we're firearms owners, closeted, right? And going into when you've got a lot more gun owners and awareness education campaigns and just normalization campaigns and just the plain old people's awareness that guns are normal, is changing that perception. Are we going to have a different breed of gun owners? That's my long ass way of saying, are we going to have a different breed of gun owners that don't feel closeted? I'm able to use that word as like a description of, the self-inflicted perception that you shouldn't talk about your gun ownership, if that goes away. Do we have, finishing up, do we have a different situation? And I guess I was going to mount this all to marijuana. Marijuana smokers for a long time just were illegal marijuana smokers. And then all of a sudden, I don't think like a whole bunch of people were like, you know what, it's legal now. Now I'm going to start smoking marijuana after never having even contemplated it before. More realistically, a whole bunch of people were already smoking marijuana illegally. Then they made it recreationally legal, and a bunch of people were out of the closet, so to speak, or like, didn't have to hide the fact. So is there something that we can take from that concept of like, once people understand guns, once they figure out that, and something about what Tony was saying earlier too, made me think of this concept, like, but as you take away the fear or you empower the individual that when they own a firearm or hold or possess or shoot a firearm, they're not violent, they're not going to become violent, they're not being seduced by the evil of the machine, but instead they're mastering something, they're taking something back which was given to them, like something was put on them. You're not capable of dealing with this machine. In fact, no one is. It should be removed from society. Once you give a person that machine and they're able to figure out that, like, wait a minute, you thought I wasn't able to handle this and you think this is more dangerous than that? Now I understand this is a big scam, and is that a different gun owner? So I don't know, I kind of ghosted everybody here. Is that can we pull something from the, I don't know what I call it tactics, as I used to say tactics, but I really don't think potheads all got together and did something. I think that what happened is a bunch of people figured out that pot wasn't the gateway drug to crack, and that it's better off if we don't arrest everybody who smokes a joint. So let's leave these laws out of here. And then they were like, oh, well, it worked in California and it worked here and here. I don't remember the progression of the states, but now we're like half the states have recreational marijuana. Pretty soon there's not going to be national marijuana laws, right? Like, can we take something from that progression?
We're gonna have to. All right, let's concentrate on the positive side. The positive side is we have the new gun owners already, and they're more and more coming in because they're spreading this throughout their social circle. And it's not all 8 million, 9 million, however many millions of gun owners we have. Look, everybody's not going to get into the lifestyle. Every new gun owner out there doesn't have a Glock sticker in the back of their car. It's a tool that many of them bought because they saw the wheels falling off in 2020. But it's just another tool. I mean, just because you buy a lawnmower doesn't mean you're in the Husqvarna lifestyle or chainsaw. You know what I mean? You're not putting those stickers on your car. You're not doing it with your Smith & Wesson either, for some people. And that's something we have to change by inviting new gun owners to the range and getting them involved in shooting sports or activities. Because once you start using that thing, you don't want to give up that thing. But if you just stick it in the bottom of your sock drawer, it just becomes a non-issue. It becomes a thing you don't even remember until you hear a bump in the night. So I think it's important that we reach out and when we promote activities, firearms related activities. And once you do that, now they have something at risk and now they want to be involved. Um, and I think the percentage is probably going to still be the same. People are people. We have to actively try to recruit. I think that's the thing we have to do and promote things like just fun competitions that might have a basis on something that's already established, like IDPA and, competition shooting, just to get people out of the house. That's why we started the Minuteman Challenge, to get people out of the house and shooting their thing. And I think that's the way we keep having to do it. We're going to have to make an effort as the gun community to reach out to others and do things that are fun and that doesn't have, you have to be like, we're not going to get there and beat you up because you're not a Republican or a mega hat wearing Republican, or just look, let's just talk about guns and gun stuff and fun stuff and introduce people to cowboy action shooting, which is a bunch of fun because you get to dress up and you get to shoot this type of gun now that you never even thought about buying until you found out there was something called cowboy action shooting. And now you're looking for a Ruger Vaquero.
Yep.
So that's what we're going to have to do and promote. It's going to have to be work. There are no easy wins. There are no easy wins. Even the wins we have, Bruin decision took years and a whole lot of money. And if you really want to help, what you do is reach out and go with local state organizations like the organization in Oregon that's going to be fighting and taking this law to court. They're going to need the money to run these lawsuits. New Jersey and the Second Amendment groups here. We've got lawsuits stacked up like nobody's business on both carry, because they're going to push this through. It passed the Assembly and it's going to pass the Senate and it's going to be on the governor's desk by the end of the year. And the minute it goes on the desk, the lawsuits start. So we need those funds in CNJFO and other areas in New Jersey, other organizations. So we have work to do. We got to win, and we have to dogpile on it and throw a whole bunch of energy behind it, recruiting new people, bringing them in, making them feel comfortable, making them part of the community, not just a gun owner, but an active part of the firearms community, shooting, going to things, hearing about stuff like this. These are conversations that's held at the gun shop. These are conversations held at the gun range after an event or before an event while you're waiting, to get your lane. So that's another reason to go to public shooting places, so you can actually have these and instigate these conversations with new people. And they don't have to be minorities or women. Whoever's in your social circle, whoever you feel comfortable talking to, that you can start this conversation up. And if you're already in the gun range, you already have something in common. Exploit it. You want to call it a tactic? Fine. It's a tactic. Makes no difference. Your freedom, it has to be fought for. And when you fight and you're successful, you have to use tactics. Let's use tactics we know that work. Play on people's emotion. Talk about the thing they have that they just spent a bunch of money on, and in states like New Jersey, waited months to get. Yeah, they're going to make that illegal. They're going to make you qualify and spend hundreds of dollars every 2 years now, instead of you just get this and you have it for a lifetime for one fee. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And that's when that Stockholm syndrome that Clover was talking about takes over. If you let these current rules stand, that becomes that becomes the norm for the next generation. Yeah, we have to beat that down. We had to go pre-1934. And that's what blows people's mind when I have that discussion about you could order a water-cooled belt fed through the mail in 1934. If you had the money, you can get it. That's what we need to go back to. We need to get as close as possible to that so the next generation takes up this fight. And that's why it's important for us to do it. We need to recruit people in their 20s and 30s and have them become activists and have them check out how we're doing it, what we're doing right, and what they can improve upon and how they can fight it with their generation's tools.
How long before will we see? Because I don't know how these generations are working, like how they're playing out. Like I know there's a giant generation happening, and I've only seen a couple of new players to the Second Amendment realm. Most of the players are our age. So I haven't seen like a wave come through, and I don't know how that's going to happen. If it's going to happen like a shelf, or if it's going to happen like an angle, or like some kind of a curve, right? Like, so until we see that happen, I don't know how it's going to come down, because it might just happen that we're all sitting here, blah blah blah, and then this massive iceberg is going to flow through, and whatever we were thinking is blown away by all the massive numbers of new perceptions of this whole thing, right? And whatever we came up with was nothing. It wasn't even oil in the ground. I mean, that can happen. And that's good. Giant generations too. But that's interesting. So I guess what I was going to interrupt for is, do you think that they're going to wait around? Like whenever, if it's just a few that we're seeing, but they're representative of a whole like new generation of gun owners / activists, are they going to wait around for us to say, here you go, here's the ropes? Because I don't think they need to or would want to. I know I wouldn't have wanted to when I was young.
Nope.
And there must be a whole bunch of people like that, right?
Nope. We just have our way of doing things, and they want to join the groups we have. Great. Like Johanna and Rolando. They're doing this whole thing, and they're coming at it through video games, right? Because that's a big thing right now. Video games and firearms and video games, and that's a whole new gateway into this. I'm seeing a lot more tactical Timmies come along. Right now in New Jersey, we have something called New Jersey Sharpshooters, and they, I mean, if I want to be honest, are a generation, younger than I am. These are people in their 20s and 30s that like the drop leg holsters and all the accoutrement that go along with it. And it's not our job to go, well, what are you LARPing? What are you pretending to be somebody? Why don't you join the military if you want this kind of equipment? Heck no, encourage it. Heck yeah, man. Maybe pick up something yourself and become a part of it. Or if you don't want to be a part of it, fine, just promote it. They're going to come at it differently because it's generational. No, they don't have to do everything we do. They don't have to put on an orange vest and go trap shooting because, they don't have to follow our formula. But being involved and encourage their involvement, heck yeah, that's what we need to do.
You think about what your grandparents did or what our grandparents did, right? Like they probably were doing boring shit like going to a Civil War reenactment or participating in it or caring more about it than I ever did. Or maybe, being more aware of like a Korean War thing. Obviously, if they were in it or aware of, lost people and stuff like that. But you know what I mean? Like we don't do things that our grandparents did by any means. We didn't do things intentionally. Sometimes we did, but we didn't do things in order to say we don't appreciate you anymore, but we're also going to do our own thing. The next generation is going to do their own thing.
Yeah, we saw it in cars. And it's funny because I was talking to my uncle. He got stationed overseas early 80s. Everybody had a station wagon or a pickup truck or a car. He comes back. He was like, what is this thing? What's that? He was like, the minivan. He was like, I was gone 2 years. I come back and now everybody has a minivan. No one wants a station wagon. And full-size cars fell off. And that was a new thing.
That's
and
a
then
great point. And nobody even probably appreciates that really because people of a certain age only were getting into whatever car their parents shoved them into. And they didn't even hardly recollect because they were watching TV the whole time. And now all of a sudden everything looks like that. I don't know what to call it. Like a rounded off SUV.
Box. Yeah. A rounded off box, aerodynamic box.
Yeah, exactly. An aerodynamic SUV. But yeah, everything is basically a hybrid between an old Explorer and a minivan. Yeah.
So now everything is back and is rotated around, and pretty much everything is, in my opinion, they call it a crossover. I'm like, that's a station wagon with a lift kit.
Yeah. Back to station wagons. And it's probably because of the way families, when families were going to 5 kids, 4 kids, you need a vehicle. When families go down to a kid or 2, you don't need that vehicle anymore.
Yeah, but you still want the room to carry your kid's stuff.
That's true.
So
yeah.
now you got a lifted station wagon. They call it a crossover. Congratulations.
And every once in a while, you're going to take 4 kids somewhere. So you got to have a vehicle that can do that.
Mm-hmm. Same thing with the gun community. Yeah, something new is going to come along. I mean, 1911 is an obsolete gun. 1911, the whole system is garbage. 1911. Yeah, but check out this staccato. I'm like, wait a minute. You're talking like the staccato is new.
Well,
I'm like,
and it's just like the new direction because a minute ago it was CZ.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the new direction was CZ because everybody wanted a CZ because it wasn't a Glock, it wasn't a Smith and Wesson, and definitely wasn't a Ruger. And we were talking about levels. Yeah, Ruger's number 2 on the second level or the third level. I think Ruger and Smith and Springfield Armory are on the same level when it comes to what you go looking for when you walk into a store, into a gun store.
Yeah, they're all like commodity level, right? Like they're the Ford, they're the Chevy, they're the Dodges, and then
Mhm.
there's the Cadillac and the whatever that cost a little bit more. Are they worth it? Well, you're paying more for sure because you've got some gold trim or some wood
Mhm.
grain or something. Is that necessary to make it go faster? Well, there is some engine upgrades, so some of them go faster, but yeah, I mean, it gets to be more of a preference and more of a, how you want your thing to look or act or feel. So, and
Yeah.
then
So
are you racing a race or are you driving to work? And if you're just driving to work every day and you're not racing a race, then you don't need a Mustang. And if you might just want something that's super comfortable, and a factor for you might be that it's not something that's attractive to get broken into at the parking lot. And that's more
yeah.
insight and more of an interest to you than having something you pay a bunch of money on. And it is the nuisance that everybody wants to break into at the parking lot.
And then when it comes to firearms, it was like, well, what do you get this for? Well, I got this because it looked cool. Or I got this for home defense. Or got this for home defense in a place like New Jersey, where when people ask me, what long arm should I get? I'm like, well, what do you want? Well, I just want something to be able to defend my house. All right. Well, shotgun is always a good thing in a state like New Jersey, because you can't try to play it off like, oh, he just wanted to massacre a bunch of people because he had an AR. But AR is great too. Doesn't kick a lot. Everybody in the family can use it. You don't have to have a bunch of techniques with it. With a shotgun, you better learn that tool or it's going to kick your butt. And also, you're limited in indoor ranges to only using buckshot or slug. So it's like, oh, okay. Conversations need to be had. People need to be actually brought into the community, not just buying something. That does not bring people into a community. Buying something does not make you part of. You can own a Jeep, but never belong to one of the Jeep clubs. But if Jeep clubs want you to be a part of it, they need to invite you into it. And that's what we have to do in the gun community. If we really, really want to be able to fight legislation, we need new blood. We need a younger generation, and we need people from different backgrounds because politically, they've tried to neuter the white male. So you need others. You need females. You need minorities. You need LGBTQ because you can't silence us all by saying we're racist. You
Well,
can't
and
silence us all with one argument.
I mean, I don't know. There's a lot to that. Everybody's always had guns, and again, we're getting into an environment where you don't have to feel like you need to keep it to yourself. Like the little old lady doesn't have to well, maybe the little old lady does still need to feel like she needs to keep it to herself. Like, let's say you're living in circumstances where you don't get to control everything. You've got something that you keep under the pillow or something, and then you hide it in the drawer during the day, and you got to worry that somebody's going to take it. I mean, not everybody's got the same circumstances as whoever it is, that has a bunch of guns in a safe and they own their home, and you know what I mean. There's a lot of different stuff going on, and when you get to a point where you can go look around and go, okay, guns are normal. I can talk about my gun. I can ask that question about a gun. We're better off when everybody's comfortable. Is that the way to say it? Because I don't think that it's like, I mean, there's definitely new people that have bought guns. We talk to
Mhm.
people every day that are adults that are buying guns for the first time. But I'm just saying, I think it would blow people's minds how many people have always had guns and now they're just comfortable going, oh yeah, I got a gun.
Oh, 100%. But it's not just having a gun I need them comfortable with. I need them actually fighting for that right to maintain it
Oh yeah,
and
100%.
and for others. Yeah. So
I think that
that's
comes
what I'm
from
talking
it
about.
too. Once it's normal, then people can start to actually have some conversations, and
Yep.
that's what we're kind of talking about. I posted a new poll just to kind of throw something else out there to keep people interested. I do value the interactive nature, and I appreciate the people that are joining us live and having chat here. Although we are obviously hogging it with our, talking all the time. But I have a poll going that says, what will be the next shooting sport? I guess I don't know English good, but whatever. What will be the next shooting sport? Because I think I don't know if any of these are actually on the horizon, but I think each of these kind of denote the new direction, right? So I have like a cosplay type of thing where either, I don't know, there's a lot of different cosplay out there, but the kids like dressing up and they really like the fantasy games or movies and stuff. So, incorporating that stuff more, because we kind of almost see it with some of the AK competitions that are out there, or a steampunk thing. wherever. I think you were. I'm sorry, I sneezed a couple times there. I think you were talking about the cowboy action, and I was thinking, when are we gonna? At some point, people are gonna want to play steampunk with the cowboy action people, and those people are gonna go, no, you're being crazy. We're playing cowboy action weird. So they're gonna separate, right? And there'll be some kind of a steampunk competition where they use cooler steampunk looking fake guns, or like guns that are made up, not necessarily vintage guns or antique guns. Anyway, and there may be like a blinged out CCW. Tons of people like getting these like fancy cuts and engravings and etchings and coatings and well, it used to be stippling, but now that stippling's not cool, new grip panels or whatever it is, to feature all the cool stuff that you can get on these modular platforms now that have replaced the brand names. So some kind of blinged out thing, so it's not so much performance but looks. And then I don't know if that's cosplay, but like just showing up and being cool, I think that could be actually pretty neat. Like all different kinds of deep CCW, but like tuxedo CCW, like I don't know, 1930s CCW. It would be pretty neat. And then finally vintage guns, like just going back to all the stuff that our grandpas or our parents would have shot. I'm sure the kids are going to at some point go, oh, I want to carry around the Dirty Harry gun, or even more like just some boring 338 gun, like a 38 Model 10 or something. Okay, go ahead. I don't know if Clover's gone.
Yeah.
Clover's gone.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is a lot of different things. I'm seeing dudes that are video game guns, big thing. I see a lot of two-gun things where people dress up as characters. That's also fun. I see the blinged out guns, which are hilarious because I saw what was it? Gold AK with white furniture that I've been drooling over for about 3 weeks now, just because it's different and people like it. So I think it's going to be a lot of different things. And because of the internet and videos and the quality of cell phone camera footage, I think a lot of it's going to take off. I doubt if it's one thing, it's going to be multiple.
Yeah,
it's going to be
I
multiple.
could see that. Yeah. But you're right. I think that's cool too. Like just the element that like, what is it? Whoever it was, Saddam Hussein or somebody had a gold AK, or they were giving each other gold AKs as princes and thank you presents or whatever, for whatever significance it has for them. But theirs were fairly plain Jane, at least when you start thinking about like somebody who's just playing around on the internet and going, turning the extreme knob up a little bit, because all they did is make them gold. Maybe they engraved a thank you message or some kind of commemoration into it and then put fancy grips on it. But they were like being kind of subtle and rich, where when you're playing around with it, like, yeah, it's going to get all bejeweled and engraved and people can go nuts. So now that there's laser engravers and all kinds of cool coatings and stuff, like you can go nuts making a gun look insane.
I mean, remember the little while Battle Worn was a finish? A lot of people were saying that. No reason that doesn't come back as steampunk.
Well, it kind of has. Have you seen some of the like Stormtrooper, Battle Worn Stormtrooper type of stuff? I mean, it looks cool as hell. I mean, it's white, but it doesn't. It looks weird because it's white, but it also looks cool as hell.
Mandalorian, that was a big theme. Some GI, so it's gonna be out there, especially with Cerakote, Duracoat, whatever. The imagination, and I think worst thing we could do is kill it or discourage it. So I think that's gonna be there.
There's nothing that the old folks are going to do to stop. All they can do is either enjoy it and watch it, or participate in it, or just complain because it's going to happen. So Maggie, say anything to the video game with cosplay? Was Clover back?
Yeah, when you're talking about video game cosplay, social pop culture influence, right? TV, movies. I think something that we haven't seen yet, and I've yet to buy a 3D printer. I've definitely got a buddy that's got tons of them, but and I've already played around and done some stuff even without that in the past. But being able to make actual movie guns, like or at least inspired to an extent, right? Like a lot of these
accurate,
a lot of these prop guns are just that. They're props. Okay, they may be based on a HK whatever lower and some upper that they've modified and added some pieces onto and some other stuff, right? And so like conventionally, you can't just go out and buy that. Die Hard, the Beretta, like Tony was talking about, you can go out and buy that, no problem, done. it's over with. You've got it, right? Lethal Weapon, for example, same thing. Go out and buy a 92. You've got it. There it is. But a lot of these that are sci-fi or whatever it might be, you can't. You've got to be able to build and make and add on and whatever. So what happens when it's like, okay, well, the basis of this, and I'm trying to think of an example. RoboCop. We talked about the new RoboCop movie, right? Or even the old one. So the old RoboCop was a Beretta, and so what do you need to take that Beretta that is your diehard movie handgun, right, and turn it into the OG RoboCop handgun? Well, you need to 3D print you some stuff to clamshell over it or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? And then it's just a matter of unscrewing a few things, and it's essentially back to the diehard. So, how cool would that be to be able? I think kind of like dressing up your dolls or your Barbies, right? But with guns.
Yeah, I mean, but you're right. I mean, it would be very it wouldn't be that different to make a RoboCop gun than like one of those Glock Roni things where you make it into a chassis.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
You just
Yep.
fit in on the rail or something.
Edgar, what? Antion? And is that how to say Edgar's last name from Guns for Everyone?
Let's say yes, because I don't. I'm not
Okay, Edgar is out of Colorado. Runs an organization called Guns for Everyone, and he hooked up with Rob Pincus, and they started doing these 3D printed gun shooting competitions where you bring your gun that you made. There is no reason that can't be another aspect of the new generation of gun owner.
No, you're
Why
right. And
not?
that's where I thought Clover was going at first, but you're right. And as I was thinking that, have you watched any of those competitions?
I've only followed Rob and Edgar's Instagram posts.
Okay.
I didn't watch any of the competitions.
Whenever they started doing them, I started following that Instagram and that YouTube. So I think theirs are like Fridays and Mondays or something like that. They're while other shows are happening, but I'll watch them because, well, one, they kind of all use the same, let's say, base, right? And then they either apply a texture or the stippling to it is in the print, right? So then it's not like they're stippling after the fact anymore. They just have it incorporated. So they've done some interesting stuff with that, but then other guys will just go nuts with it and they'll incorporate into like more of like a different shape and everything. They'll add different things to it. So yeah, there's been a little SBR looking thing, and then a couple of them, like a couple of different designs where people have really gone and played with it a bit. And you're right, 100% that 3D printing alt designs or, like Clover saying, like emulated things, that's definitely going to be, well, it's already a thing. I mean, literally you're talking about Edgar and is it JS Supply? JSP?
Yeah.
That already, what is it? JSP?
JSD?
JSD. Right.
Yeah. I've worked with him.
Have done
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Cool.
I actually hung out with him in PA because he actually owns the Oaks Gun Show, which is also an awesome story. I'm sure you know it, but it's pretty cool.
That is awesome. Because go ahead, say that one.
All right, so dang, I keep forgetting his first name. Starts with a J. Joshua, Jonah. Anyway, cool dude. Selling polymer 80s at the Oaks Gun Show, which is a large gun show in PA. They say it's outside of Philly, but it's outside of Philly like by 40 minutes to an hour outside of Philly. So whatever. Anyway, he was there, and the owners of the Oaks, after some mass shooting, got it in their minds that, well, we can't sell 80%. Well, he was one of the largest poly 80. I don't even know if just in Pennsylvania or on the East Coast, but he was a large seller of that. He got ticked off, and he actually bought the gun show from under them and hosted his own. And not only did he make sure people had 80% there, he actually had 2 tables there, or actually 2 sections there, and hosted a build class to build your poly 80 at the event. So that is an awesome story about somebody that got tired of regulations, tired of people trying to take away our rights, and bought an actual gun show. And that's what he's doing. and he'll be there in December, man. So if you're in PA, East Coast, couple 3 hours, come out to the Oaks, December, and give him some money. Come see the show, check it out, see what he's doing. I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, that is cool. I knew that he had bought the gun show because I was, am I crazy or am I just mixing it up with something? But did they also say they weren't going to allow AR-15s at the show, or
Yeah.
was it just the 80s? Okay.
Wait a minute. I knew it was the 80s. Now, what do you call it? The Great American Outdoor Show did the whole no AR-15s thing, and the
Oh no,
NRA
that was
actually
yeah,
bought
that
it
was
back
years.
from them.
That
Yeah.
was years ago. That was a massive, and that was in regard. I think that was in response to 13.
Yep.
They were like, "Oh yeah, we'll virtue signal by removing AR-15s, as if anyone will care because everybody hates these guns anyway." And then it was like, "Let's not even go to that show anymore." It almost disappeared. NRA came back and grabbed it before it went away completely, is from what I understand.
Yeah, they bought it. I'm assuming they bought it for a song because those people screwed up royally. Don't virtue signal with the Second Amendment. Not a good thing. Not a good look if you understand business.
Well, I feel real good now because Plain Nut is saying, Tony, so the guys at the Poly 80 table are also the show owners. He didn't know that. So, yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad that we were able to get that info, like that kind of knowledge out there, because that's the kind of cool interconnection, the cool, like behind the scenes that I hope that we're doing. Like, that's the goal of our show, is to get people aware of some of the stuff where it can, not necessarily earth changing, but at least you can appreciate the significance of where we're at right now, right?
Yeah, I thought it was great. They invited me out to the show, and I met a bunch of cool people. They're trying to make a difference, man, and it's gonna be things like this. It's not gonna be some overwhelming giant wave of something. I think it's gonna be a lot of different waves that eventually kick up into a large wave, and people, us gun owners, but definitely the general public or the anti-gun politician, I think they're gonna be caught by surprise.
Well, I
Because I
mean,
think,
that's an awesome. I'm
yeah,
interrupting, but you know how Beto was like blah blah blah. He like really leaned into it, and nobody probably remembers this unless you're really sick of paying attention to this. But that when he first came out and said, "Hell yeah, we're going to take your AR-15s," one of the reasons that gets said so often or repeated so often is because he was pretty much the first in a long time to just say it. And then that changed the debates in, what was that, like, forget what election, 16 or 20 or something. And no, it's
20.
earlier than that, I think. Was it just 20? But he changed the direction, and people were now brazen about, like, we're taking all your guns, we'll take them all, like, we're here for all of them, we're going to take these now, like, we got these laws now, but we're looking for more. That wasn't the narrative, and they've leaned into that narrative. Now that guy took a nosedive in a state where it would have been tough for him to not take a nosedive. It would have been a real blow if he would have gotten a landslide in his place. But is he indicative of the whole direction of, like, they're taking it really far, really deep, and really long, right? I'm saying that weird, but you know what I mean? They're really pushing this anti-gun stuff hard now. And I don't know if it's because they just are that they are in that need of distraction from the border, from the economy, from this distraction of how much money's going to Ukraine. I mean, there's, you name it, and the oil. I mean, there's so many things. Food prices, the whole future of food, like relations with China. I mean, I could go on and on with things that are probably not even supposed to be talking about. With you know, for as far as you know, so they want distractions from this stuff. So are they leaning into this because they really think they got a chance, or are they leaning into this because they need a distraction so bad? And when they lean this hard, are they going to pull a Beto? Are they going to find out that you can't push this so far and it's always going to come back to center? You're going to push it so far and people are going to understand that your narrative is freaking wrong, and that you're trying to, I mean, there's the perfect summary of that. Their position is, please give the state all my guns, because that's all they want, is the state to have all the guns. And once people realize that, it's over, right?
So they subscribe probably to the Overton window principle, and so probably this is just my thought. What they think is, they think that if they push their narratives so far left, that center will still be left, will become left, right? Like, or yeah. what would be center would become left, right? Because they pushed the fringe so far to the left. What they don't realize is it doesn't work that way. It's a pendulum system. So when they yank it way far back to one end, yeah, it's not going to go. It's yes, you're moving an Overton window, but the Overton window is a temporary thing. It's the Overton window is always moving, and they don't understand the Overton window moves according to the pendulum swing, and when they pull it back that far, right, or go that far with it, the rebound is going to be more than what I think what they realize it's going to be. And
I love that.
the issue is they've never had massive pushback on it, right? But they've also never really. I mean, we're in the infancy. I mean, we're what? I mean, as far as mass high speed internet, certainly as far as at the fingertips on your readily and easily available at your fingertips on your phone, we're less than 2 decades in, right? I mean, we're talking infancy when compared to gun control, political narratives, and that whole game, right? Propaganda and that whole game. And they're using the old ways because all they had was the 24/7 news cycle, which most of them would give cover for whatever they were doing, right? In a way. And even then, you were reliant upon people to be at home at that time, watching whatever at that time, to even be aware, right? Or you've got newspapers, or maybe you've got magazines. And now it's literally 24/7 as it happens at your fingertips, and people are aware. Like, well, wait a minute, hold on. Like, okay, last year you wanted quote unquote reasonable gun control, and now you're talking about taking them all away a year later. Like, you went from reasonable to take them all. Whoa, what's going on here? And you're starting to see people wake up. I mean, you're starting people on both sides. You're starting to see people wake up to that. Sadly, it's not just the fringe on the left that does it, but you've also got the fringe on the right that plays that game as well, and then you got what 10-20% on either side, and then the middle. But the middle on both sides of center, are definitely waking up to what's going on, and the middle is starting to galvanize. I think at least somewhat on most political issues. They see that there's reasonable, and then there's absolutely unreasonable, and the whole, heck yeah, we're going to take them. Well, there's a reason he stopped at that. Is like, okay, so if we're just talking ARs, where there's what 300 million, 150 million, I don't even know, but 150 million, I think's the number, right? On ARs alone, and if we're talking about quote unquote your goofy definition of whatever it might be of an assault weapon, who knows how many hundreds of millions once all of those are combined. Like, explain to me again how you do this. It's kind of like you were talking about, G, with the Nevada AG that, they passed the legislation and he was like, throw it in the garbage, because I'm like, what am I going to do with this? Like, I can't, you're wanting me to do something that's impossible to do and impossible to undertake, right? And so that's going to be the thing. I mean, it was a talking point for him. And he even backed off of that when you're talking about Beto. Now,
Well, he
and that's,
fluctuated.
but that's even worse, right? It's arguably, I guess, but it's even worse when they do that, when they ping pong and are wishy washy with it, because again, people are watching, people are paying attention, and they see from one week to the next week to the next, how the narratives and the goalposts and everything just keeps shifting, and it's like,
Well, am I too far
No.
into this? Are we too far into this? Or is it the fact, or is it more plausible that with the millions of gun owners that are new, and these are adult gun owners, not like, a million kids were brought into 4-H or something, right? These are like new intentional gun owners who, experienced all the different stuff. So is this less of a talking point? And like you're saying, they're being, like we all know, they're being affected by things that they had voted on as just talking points, and now they're experiencing them. Are they going to have a different voice? Are they going to, whatever the words are, vote?
I think they're going to do all the above. I think the percentage I think the percentage is going to change, but the numbers are going to change too. Percentages aren't going to change. I still think there's going to be a lot of apathetic voters out there, firearms owners that just don't care. But because you have this at your fingertips, because yeah, you can try to ping pong, but when you say hell yes, I'm coming for this, and when you're doing interviews, you can say whatever you want to, but when I can go, hey, is this you in this tweet? Is this clip you? Is this your position? Because you've changed it 3 times. Like, and I think they used him, the Democratic Party and the progressives, or whoever you say, used him as a canary in the mine to
Yeah.
see if it just killed his total political career when he said that, or did he have one? And I think Clover's right too. It was about the Overton window and the movement of that. So that was how they branched out. They used this young dude and put him out there, and he took a swing. He lost the presidential thing, but he still had enough juice. What is it? They said he spent between the presidential race and the gubernatorial race like $68 million for those 2 runs. That's a significant amount of money people put up thinking that he could still pull it off after saying what he said. So yeah, they're trying to move the Overton runner. They're trying to make it, but I think same thing that happens to gun people, same thing that happens to the people who believe there is a red wave. If you stay in your echo chamber, you don't really see what's going on the outside. And I think that's what's going on with anti-gunners. They're spazzing and they think their same tactics could be used. And it's like, no, the black single mom who lives in the urban area that bought a gun and jumped through all the hoops because she lives in a blue state is not buying into your bullcrap, because your police are still in those cities saying, yeah, we're not coming out for certain crimes. She knows people that are out of work. She knows prices and everything going up. And she is not going to sit around and go, yeah, I'm cool with you taking these guns away and making me pay, $500 every 2 years to keep this thing. And the only reason I have it is because you can't keep me safe and have demonstrated that. So I don't think it's going to work out like they want, but it's our job, again, as a community, to try to get that mom out and see there's Second Amendment groups and people that are out there that are activists that look like her. And she doesn't have to be, the Rosa Parks of the gun range. Like there are other people already there that look like you, that come from the same town as you, because that's a fear a lot of people have because they've never gone to a public range at all.
Also, wake up for the ranges. Well, they figured this out, but just the marketing from the companies has changed. And when you go into a range, it's not just the like it used to just be cop stuff. Here's a bunch of cop stuff, and you can either deal with it or not. And you just ignore the cop stuff if you were there for something else. But gun shops when we were kids were cop stuff, or maybe a surplus store with some gun shop stuff in it, or maybe a sporting goods store with some gun stuff in it. But if it was a gun store, it was probably for cops.
It's totally different now. Go ahead.
Same point. One thing that I've noticed, and I've noticed this pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, a difference. But you're talking about Tulsa, largest gun show in the world, right? Pre-pandemic, or post-pandemic, way more color at that gun show, like noticeably way more color than pre-pandemic. And this last time was even more so. I mean, it's on an upward curve or whatever. Like I've noticed, I see. It seems like anyway, I see more and more and more. Every time it happens, right? And as far as women, as far as families, I mean, there was like some Mennonites or something even that was there this last time, which I thought was pretty cool. Where all the ladies are wearing the dresses and the men are wearing overalls or whatever. But just really cool to see that aspect going. And I mean, if you're noticing that at the largest gun show in the world, I mean, that's got to be indicative of some factors in society, right? It's got to be, almost got to be.
It is 100%. And I think one of the funniest things is to be at the Harrisburg gun show. I mean, the Harrisburg thing, or even at the Oaks, which is again, like an hour and change outside of Philly, you'll see Mennonites walking around with the overalls and the beards and the hats. And then you'll see like the young dudes outside of Philly, you know what I mean, with the pants off their butt and hanging out with their boys. And all of them are over at, the SIG booth looking to the P365. I mean, it's just funny. Yeah. The demographic has changed and it's wide. And that's a good thing. Now, just to make them politically educated, aware, and active. Hard part. Guns are the fun part. Guns are the fun part. Participating and try to change the laws and change the direction of political parties. It's going to be a little more difficult. And it's going to make you realize, yeah, these people are saying this. And a lot of them are careful about what they're saying, but they've been emboldened. And I think the good part about anti-gunners being emboldened is, again, they're caught in their echo chamber. And they're going to say something and wonder why they're not getting the votes they wanted. Now, I don't think the young urbanite is going to run in and vote for a Republican, but they might not vote at all.
Well,
They just
without
go, I'm
getting
not
too
going.
much into politics, you got their what's her face, Tulsi, who like spoke
Sure.
out. At least we saw her speak out about guns or whatever. And if that's a trend, or if that's even a reaction on the other side from the Beto digging into anti-gun, at least it shows. I don't know if we call it rift, but it shows that there's facets of the Democrat Party.
I think what Tulsi is a politician that has stepped outside because of the people that she's around, has stepped outside of the echo chamber and seen that this is not working out for the Democratic Party, and she's doing whatever she has to do to ensure her political future or her future as being relevant.
Who's the
And
one
I
from
think that's a good thing.
Colorado? Who's super Karen Bobbitt or something from Colorado? Who's super
Boebert,
pro?
yeah.
Is Tulsi like the opposite of her? Like on the Democrat side, like she's stepping out to say I'm kind of okay with guns, where she's like now going to be the outcrier. Like, well, she's still a Republican. Like when people think about her, they go, oh, she's still a Republican, but all she cares about is guns. So somehow that's less.
I don't think so. I think Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, they are more akin to the Sheila Jackson Lees on the Democrat side, in my opinion.
And AOC, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're
No,
the
that makes
ones. They're the yapping little dog, right?
that they're not going to give a seat on a council where it
Yeah.
matters, or a committee.
They use them to yap while they do stuff in the back room. I use the analogy about you never have to worry about the dog that's barking at you. You got to worry about the one that's sneaking up behind you while you're looking at the one that's barking at you. That's them to me. And Tulsi doesn't fit that. Now, that being said, there are certainly elements of what Tulsi did that is self-serving to Tulsi and her career and everything else. So, you got to look at Tulsi like any politician and be skeptical. But Tulsi was one of the people, that the party, talking about the Democrat Party, basically left her. It moved so far and left that she just could not be a part of it anymore. And there's a lot of people that have been that way. And it's been happening for a very long time. You've had people leaving whether they go, independent or libertarian, or they're just undeclared, or some of them even stay Democrat because in their area, they're not going to get elected otherwise. And we're talking like state level politicians and things like that. That they're not going to get elected. It's political suicide to even be on any other ticket other than a Democrat ticket. But they don't align with the party. And you look at the rise of, say, Dave Rubin, and when we talk about alternative platforms like Rumble and stuff like that, Dave Rubin, instrumental in that. And same thing with him. The party left him.
Who's Dave Rubin? I don't know who that is.
Dave Rubin does a podcast. He was in on the early days. I don't know that I would call him a founder, but he created some software that utilized Rumble as far as the app side of things and communication or something. But anyway, Big Huge Podcast was a lefty for years. Democrat, hardened Democrat for years, and just progressively got more and more disenfranchised to where now he lives in Florida. And we're talking about a gay dude that's married to another gay dude, and I mean, like, not he's not like your poster boy conservative for sure, right? And he's not. I wouldn't even call him conservative. But my point is,
Politically fluid, in other words, like, is that what
yeah, I
that?
would say I would throw him in that same category as Tulsi, in that they're a person without a party. Like, they don't align with the Democrats, they don't align with the Libertarians, they don't align with the Republicans. You know, it's like, we believe in freedom. Like, that's what we believe in. Like, leave us alone. You know,
Mhm.
the government has very, very limited role. Right, the government shouldn't spend. The government should not have access to seemingly unlimited amounts of money they can print. They're just very fundamental. They have very fundamental beliefs that, unfortunately, no party out there addresses 100%. That's why we have multiple. That's why we have more than one party. If all of that was homogenous, I mean, it wouldn't be the case. And if you look back, and that's the other thing, if you look back at political parties, like, once upon a time, it was insane the amount of political parties there were. Like,
Yep.
there was the so and so, the Jeffersonian Republicans, and the whatever, just all those other weird parties, right? Um, people know about Whigs, and
The
obviously,
Whigs and the Doves or the Ducks or some shit, right?
right? People know about some of those, but I mean, there was so many parties. I mean, it was just unreal. And that's where you get into, the whole abuse of power. And, once you started getting once you started getting further away from the Revolutionary War, when you had the Revolutionary War, people understood the concept. This is where we're talking about being generations removed from stuff. And it kind of goes back into the, you know, making sure that you're bridging those gaps with the younger generations, and making sure that they understand history, and making sure they understand what they are potentially giving up if they continue down this road. And the further you have got in this country, the further you got away from the Revolutionary War, the more those folks died off that remembered what that was like, remembered that the
The why, right?
right, the why before it happened. How bad was it before? Why did we have to do this? What all happened shortly after that we had to deal with? And then it got into those politicians back in that day, for the most part, were noble, right? Because they understand the why, they understand, everything. You get into more modern times, definitely the turn of the century, definitely when you get into Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, and some of those. Um,
There's a mechanism now. Politics is a
yeah,
machine, and they
yeah,
know how to
yeah,
operate the
yeah,
machine with an agenda, right?
yep,
Not just
yeah,
let's create it.
yeah, yeah. It became, hey, we've got this power structure now in play, and we've solidified ourselves. At that point, they were on the precipice of becoming, the only superpower in the world, basically. They were working toward those means for sure. And, it shifted from the legacy of freedom and liberty, and we don't want anything to do with tyranny, and it's all about the people, to, well, we've had this for 100+ years now, right? And we're entitled to this, right? And it's what, yes, you were born in the United States, with citizenship, but what most people don't understand is that that comes with civic duties. That's the whole idea of that. It's not like, yes, you're given that, but it's not necessarily handed to you, right? I mean, you've got a certain role to play. And if you go back and you read stuff from the founders and all of that, they were very clear on that. And now it's just like, it's just an entitlement thing, is all it is. Oh, I'm a US citizen, and that's why we get into the Dream Act and about amnesty, for people that came over the border illegally, whatever it means. Hey, let's just give them citizenship. And it's like, yeah, you don't understand. Like, that's not the way that all of this works. Like, we're all supposed to be parts and pieces of this greater thing, and we all have our role to play, and we're all supposed to be playing them. And one of the biggest things is knowing how things work, and why they or how things are supposed to work. You also got to know how they currently work, and then how they're supposed to work. That way, you can discern, hey, this is not being done correctly. Then you need to know why the founders set that up. The founders and the framers set that up where it was supposed to work that way, not the current perversion of the way government's working. And then once you start understanding that, but that gets into such a complex thing. And to Tony's point earlier about the, whatever, the crossover and SUV and all the kids' gear for ballet and, field hockey practice and whatever it might be. People are so busy, the middle people, right? That 60, 80%. They're so busy with life and they're making a living and enjoying their family, which let's be honest, making a living, or enjoying your family, period. And you have to make a living to be able to basically to have anything to build a life. But, enjoying your family and enjoying your time on this planet, it has to be a very, very high priority, right? So when you couple that with making a living and, family life and all this other stuff, do you got time to listen to podcasts about, the founders and the framers? Do you got time to watch hours of news each day? Do you got time to research a lot of these things that you probably should be researching? And I get it, but I don't know where the balance lies in there. I don't know how to get people to learn to try to balance those things.
That's a great perspective on it. So I agree with you 100%, right? So the people that are kind of doing their thing, right? Which is 100% what everybody's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Minding the thing. Well, what gets urgent? What becomes the issue is what's pushed in front of your face all the time, right? So that we know that the media spends a bunch of time exploiting every time there's a situation that they can to further the agenda of guns are bad, right? So going after the 80% of the people out there that are susceptible to all that is frustrating and tough and expensive and difficult and challenging, and it's something that doesn't pay off. So it's hard to keep in that fight any length of time. So I think that's actually not the payoff, because the resources that we have available, I think, are better spent on teaching politicians and sometimes political strategists who counsel the politicians that gun ownership isn't something that they should be using as a punching bag. Right. And that's a better bang for the buck. You educate the politicians don't put it out as a thing that needs to be talked about. The media quits screwing around with it. So is it the media that's creating the politicians focus on this, or is it the politicians that are requiring the media to focus on this, right? That would be a question, but I think that there's less players involved if we either focus on the media or we focus on the politicians. And I think at least for right now, what we have the ability to do is support the people that are creating messages, creating content that is being seen by or appreciated or used in the calibrations of those people, the political strategists and the media. And that would be the ladies that are out there. I mean, I could sit here talking about them forever. Y'all know who I'm talking about, but the ladies and the people that are doing valuable grassroots and the people that are like showing up on Vice. I mean, I could list them, but everybody who's listening to this knows who we're talking about, right? And it would be, I think, best bang for the buck is encouraging, empowering, and supporting the folks doing that, because that's breaking down the perception with those political strategists on the other side that gun owners are chumps and they're all XYZ and therefore can be marginalized and pushed on. Once they figure out, we're pushing against this base that we didn't want to, and that base that we didn't want to, and this base that we had no idea, and that base that isn't a good idea, and this base is we need them for something else. You know what I mean? It becomes a thing where they go, you know what's a better idea? Swimming pools, right? These things waste a lot of water. Only the rich people have them. They should have fences around them. Contractors abuse people. Swimming pools leak into the groundwater, right? You know what I mean? Like nobody's champion for swimming pools. And that becomes like the biggest issue of the day, like swimming pools. Should they exist, right? So I think there's a strategy. I don't know if it's the winning strategy, but I see that as being fewer players, more possibility, and we're already halfway to that goal.
I believe 100%. You got to change it. Again, we know the demographic shifted. We have the numbers. They are either in denial or think it's just a blip that happened because of the vid, and they don't think it will continue. And I'm like, nah, kind of, you're wrong. Yeah, there'll be a percentage of people that they either get rid of their guns because they don't care anymore because they don't feel the threat they did in 2020. But there are going to be a lot of people that are like, I'm not giving up a damn thing, and I'm not voting for this, and I'm going to make a phone call. And now, all of a sudden, a voter that has voted in multiple elections, maybe even donated money to campaigns, are going, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore because of this. Because when you communicate with your politician, when you're a legislator, and we've talked about this before, you're not only speaking for yourself, they have some kind of mathematical formula that they use, and all of a sudden you represent more than just yourself. You represent a percentage of people in their district, and or of their constituents, when you make that phone call, when you do that thing. And I think that's the shift they're going to see, and they're going to have to think about their political survivability. And it's not the individual, by the way. Many times it is not the individual politician; it's the kingmakers in your state. We have two in New Jersey: Sweeney down south and Northrop up top. I think that's his name, Northrop. Anyway, we have two, but once they see those numbers change, all of a sudden they're gonna have to pull back. They're gonna have to tug on the cape of the people they're funding, because again, they're behind the scenes and they're the kingmakers. We have to make noise politically, and things like that will change. But you can't do it apathetically, and you can't wait for others to do it.
All right, and here's the question. We're about to hit the 3-hour mark, and we just kind of wing this show. I just do it. I don't like scripting. I like the internet. I like the interactive nature of it. I mentioned that before. I enjoy challenging people with concepts and puzzles, so we can, evolve, or at least, be uncomfortable with where we are, so that we're looking at alternatives, and eventually something will either come along or things will line up and make sense, and we will, make a step in a better, not better, but another step in a good direction. So with that in mind, do we want to keep going? Do we want to start wrapping it up? And is there anything that we've just kind of playing host? Is there anything that we've kind of broached on or tangent off into, and then came back from cutting people off or not giving somebody an option to conclude something? I like to attempt to do that when we're kind of doing one of these shows where it's all over the place.
Hey, it's up to you guys. I mean, I did my laundry 2 days ago, so I'm good.
You're doing your laundry right now?
No, I did my laundry 2 days ago on the 22nd when I had the day off.
Oh, okay. So you're saying you don't got nothing, no chores?
Yeah, yeah. All I got to do is straighten up my room.
There was an interesting question that Woods brought up that's kind of next gen, but there's also been lots of other stuff. And the whole goal of this is to ask gun questions or address the comments that come up. So I don't want to blow through some of these. I guess what I'll do with some of these, if we don't address them during the show, is shove them over to the spreadsheet so that we can address them in the future. But Clover, I think, stepped away. So if he comes back, he'll jump in on this one, I guess. But jumping down to Woods one here, which is kind of on a different tangent. So we're, get some sherbet or a fruit sorbet or something, and we're going to palate cleanse and go in a different direction here. Will tech make guns obsolete? B-size drones launched off your shoulder. Seems crazy, but I'm typing this on a Star Trek communicator, kinda. Tech grows exponentially. So for those of us that grew up with phones connected to a wall, and our grandparents didn't even have telephones, I think, at least if they did, they were the kind where there was like one part that went to your ear and you went up and talked to the wall or whatever with those weird looking things. And you had like a number for the whole city block or something. Like if there was, I don't know when all that happened, but you know what I'm saying? Like we definitely had the phones where, you had to dial and you had to call the phone company to move the phone, because there was no option. You just bought a phone from the phone company. It wasn't until like the mid 70s or 80s or something until you could even go buy a blue phone or something. And then now, yeah, we're walking around with phones that are crazy computers that can do anything. That's true. Drones are insane. They're super good. The GPS stuff on them is nuts. Facial recognition is nuts. Obviously, you can do anything dangerous if you wanted to be a jerk about it. Just running it into somebody's, being annoying is what can be annoying. But distraction, or you only need a pebble to cause trouble. So eventually, there will be some next tech. Will it be personalized tech that there's no way to avoid it? Are we going to be walking around with like some kind of bee suit on because we're worried about tiny little things getting to us? Or will that kind of stuff truly be the thing that equalizes that concept of everybody's at the equal risk, so everybody leaves each other alone or something? Like everybody has a defense to it or something?
Maybe eventually. But understand, dude. I mean, and I hear this question a lot. What's the next tech in firearms? When will the brass cartridge, with the hunk of lead flying down the barrel, be a thing of the past, dude? If John Moses Browning came back today, nothing we have would like have him going, "Wow, how did you guys figure that out?" To do with a firearm. Like, he would not be blown away by the firearms technology at all.
You don't think he'd like plastics?
That's just a material. I mean, that's just another material. I don't think he'd be blown away by it, just a different material.
Okay.
Because all the plastic guns use the John Moses Browning system anyway, the locking system for all the Glocks. That's
No,
his
they
stuff.
literally, all they did is change maybe the weight or the
Yeah.
characteristics or something. So I'm sure he would have made different guns in plastic, but you're right, he probably wouldn't.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I invented that whole locking system.
Because it's
Yeah.
almost like ivory. He had plastic materials back then, just not actual plastic.
I mean, remember, he was there in, 1930s, helped design the high power. So it's not like, the guns that he had are out. What I said all that to say this: we had flintlocks for hundreds of years. So to say, well, what's next? I'm like, we probably have another 100 years of this thing. Yeah, even with the tech growing exponentially, it's the cost. We have other things that we can do, but it's the cost of what we have right now that keeps it. The brass cartridges, the primers, the metal, the materials, all of that is low enough that you can have we got sales going on right now, sub $200 for a Glock. What is it? Not a Glock, a Taurus G3. Pretty decent gun, works a lot. Many people own them. So I think a lot of things will have to change, but I think we have a while to go before something completely takes place of what we have now. But to have something introduced that's new, no, that's probably a lot closer. But to have what we have replaced, yeah, that's going to be a while.
I don't know if Clover must still be gone.
No, I'm still here. What are you talking about? Potential changes in the future?
Yeah. What was it?
I don't.
Well, he was saying with the where'd it go with the drones being as will tech make guns obsolete? B-size drones launched off your shoulder. Yeah, basically, will guns become obsolete?
In their form today, I mean, eventually they will be. Here's the issue with what or here is the, how do I put this? The drawback, the crutch, the cornerstone. I'm trying to throw out a few words that might help explain what I'm about to say. The problem that modern firearms that we see manufactured yada yada today face with, from an evolutionary standpoint, is the smokeless powder cartridge. Once that is evolved, figured out, be it another propellant of some sort, some type of propellant that can produce, or some type of way of propulsion, or maybe it's a laser, maybe it, but when you do that, right now you're dealing with an explosion in the chamber of a barrel, an explosion in your hand, literally, is what you're dealing with. And because you're dealing with an explosion in your hand, springs have to be a certain way, angles have to be a certain way, and rails have to be at a certain um, what am I thinking? Tolerance, and you've got all of these things that have to go right. The metals have to be thicker or thinner, or they're more porous, or whatever the case may be, or more dense or heavier. You have all of these factors into play because you're containing an explosion in the modern smokeless cartridge. Once that has evolved, and it's like, oh snap, we can put this in there, we can get the same velocity out of this projectile, the exact same velocity, which will give us the exact same expansion, the exact same energy dump, but we can do it with these 2 drops of this weird whatever chemical concoction it is, 2 eyedroppers full, right? Then you start, and the pressure, right, be less because of the way that everything ignites. And so once you start getting around all of this, that's the engineering problems. It's why you haven't seen up until lately, you haven't seen a lot of um, rimfire, like semi-automatic rimfire stuff, and you still don't see a lot of it compared to other things. And that's because of the cartridge, the restrictions of the cartridge. You don't see a lot of rimfire magnum stuff, especially in semi-auto nowadays. And again, it is limitations, engineering limitations because of the cartridge. And so I think that's where we're at, and that's what Tony was alluding at. We've been into the smokeless cartridge for what, 100, going on about 150 years now, right? And so you would think any day now the next newest thing, should be coming up, should be out there. But then again, are we dealing with a situation? I'll pose this question in there with my little ramble. Are we dealing with a situation where, the guy in the 70s invented the carburetor that'd get 100 miles to the gallon, right? And like Ford took him out, or whatever the urban legend is, right? Are we dealing with a situation with arms manufacturing and everything else when you're talking on a global, worldwide scale, not just civilian use, not just commercial, that there's so much and so many, and we've relied on the smokeless powder cartridge for so long that there's powers that be that fight the evolution of that smokeless cartridge.
I
Well,
think.
and I think
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say you're right, because, or what you're saying makes sense, because even in the, what do you call it, like not even hybrid, but like the prototype stage, like the ultimate resources devoted to a space gun or something, like for an entire country, there's not even like specimens of something like what you're alluding to, right? Like we're not at a point where it's just too expensive to make that gun, but here it is, or like it's too rare, but there they are. Like they don't even exist.
Nope. Yeah, the tech's not there because it's like, what? I mean, look how many times, heck, in our lifetime, the U.S. military tried to come up with a new service rifle, and we still have pretty much the M16. These things are driven by money, and if the money's not there, and the tech's not good enough to make that leap, there's no reason. Like they tried to do the electric firearm, and it's like, nah, it's not better than what we already have. Plus, the battery technology is not there yet. So, will it eventually be obsolete? Yeah, I mean, your cartridge gun is going to go the same place as the wheel gun or the flintlock or even percussion. They'll probably still be around, but it'll be around in smaller numbers and in clicks. And then, oh, hey, you want to have a yeah, we're gonna have a competition for these 2011s. A bunch of old school, grab your granddad's 2011 or your great granddad's 2011 to meet us out at the range, or whatever it'll be called by that time. But yeah, dude, yeah, it will eventually, but we ain't there yet. Or that tech could happen tomorrow, and all of a sudden it changes everything, and in 10 years, this conversation is like, Tony really didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen in a different rate, but when smokeless powder happened pretty quick, people didn't want black. Well, how about this? When cartridges happened, people pretty quick were getting sick of flintlocks, right? So I'm guessing that was a pretty quick transition. As soon as they were available, people were buying them.
Well, as soon as the military had them, as soon as the military started using
cartridges somewhere.
Because they definitely had changeovers. They definitely had conversion kits when you went from percussion cap to cartridges.
Well, let me pose this question, because Tony, you were talking about earlier about the guy that, with the span of a couple of years, it went from, station wagons to it's all minivans now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the manufacturers quit making station wagons for the most part, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we get into that thing that is that going to be, well, I mean, it almost would have to be a component of, something new has come out. Now, does the manufacturers quit making and move over to that, or do they still continue to try to make both, or, what does that look like, right? Because that's going to slow the new technology, the newest thing taking hold.
I think it'll be some of both. Like, and let's just go by the past, right? How long did it take Smith and Wesson to start making semi-autos? How long did it take Colt to start making on a wholesale 1911s and 9mm? Like when did Colt started making double action, single action semi-autos? So it comes, it depends on the manufacturers and what they do, because others still made station wagons up until a point when it was just no return on it. But then they started. I mean, my 1990 my rodeo was still called a station wagon in the paperwork. You know what I mean? In the early 90s, because they didn't have another word for it. But within 10 years, there was just no station wagons. And I think with the firearms thing, I think it'll still going on. Money will dictate. Money and maybe legislation would dictate how long that stuff sticks around. After there's a new technology.
Well, I think I remember seeing an email the other day. I think there's a company going to be at SHOT in 2023 that they have finally broken ground on the plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. So it's going to be interesting to see that at range day. So.
2023 or 2043?
2023. It's coming this year. Yeah. That's a joke. I was just playing around. I think Smeggy out there said something about the plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. So.
That was funny, though, because I'm like, interesting. Because you're going to have to get rid of all the old dudes that's going to poo-poo everything. But, I mean, it's not like there are a bunch of old dudes.
And are they buying anything? It's just like people complain about the movies, and then you listen to the movie people, and they're like, well, the people that are buying tickets want this movie, so the people that are at home not buying tickets can go complain about whatever they want. So, right, who's buying these Staccatos? Yeah. Like, I'm not, so I guess they don't market of me. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, and a lot of people, here's the thing, when you talk, no matter what you're talking about, right? And we're talking about firearm design and production and that sort of thing. But really, it can be anything. Alternative energy, vehicles, whatever. Most people are not paying attention to, and I happen to be interested in this sort of thing, but they're not paying attention to physics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about the science, the ongoing research, not talking about principles of physics and necessarily and things like that. Obviously, that stuff comes into play, right? The laws of physics and so forth and so on. But I'm talking about the research being done, right, and breaking new ground and finding new ways
the market,
to do things. Because once we get down dark matter, once we can figure out antimatter, once we start working in understanding quantum entanglement and things like that a little better, when you're talking about pulse rifles, right? Like energy related weapons that can literally charge it from the air, from the particles around it, suck it in like a vacuum and charge those particles, right?
Yep.
You make all that possible. It's just we know that there's something out there. Like empty space is not just empty space. There's just something there that we can't detect. Like just like a human can't see infrared light, right? Gamma rays, right? There's certain things we can't physically see, but with technology we're able to see that, so we know that it exists, right?
Mhm.
It's the same thing. Once we figure out, oh, well, if we put this little thing on our gun here, then what it'll do is these maybe it's a little cartridge, right? And it's like it just looks like an empty case that you load into your magazine.
Yep.
But then you flip a switch on the side, and when it chambers that cartridge, it immediately sucks in through a little port on the side, antimatter from the air surrounding it, right? Or whatever, and charges it and fires. So weird stuff
Well,
like that. But that's
something that
going to take scientific breakthrough to get to that point, understanding principles that we currently we can't grasp.
something that's 10 times more dense than lead, or something that's like lead folded or something 10 times so that it's 10 times more dense, can be a BB and still be a whatever, 357 projectile energy.
Ooh, I didn't think about that. Like the density level. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because you could start fiddling with stuff, and like you were
Ooh.
talking, and then I like to think about energy stuff. So let's say they figure out how to 3D print at a crystal level. So now you can make a crystal of some size physically, but it's really folded holograms with infinite inside surface areas, and using that to do the typical stuff that you would use for circuitry or logic and that kind of stuff, but also amplification and that kind of stuff, and then filtering and whatever. So basically effectively getting phasers out of silicon just by arranging it in delicate ways that become super strong crystals, and then energy weapons out of, like you're saying, light instead of air.
Yeah. So let's take it a step further. We know from, when we talk scientific principles, that the closer you get, the faster something goes, the closer it gets to the speed of light, the more mass it acquires, right? So what if you had a weapon that, what you're talking about, G, literally fired grains of sand, but it fired them so fast that by the time they exited the barrel, right? So you could carry this around, and no weight would be added for ammunition, right? You could literally have 1,000 grains of sand in your grip. Now, what would that weigh? 1,000 grains of sand. It can't weigh that much, right?
Yeah, one little silica crystal.
Yeah. But when it fires that, right? It fires it. It ignites a process, and it speeds up at such a rate that increases that mass of the grain of sand how many fold, right? To where you're talking about, where now you're talking about a grain of sand.
Now it's a plasma, it's a catalyst for a plasma charge or something.
But the energy it has at that point, because of the speed plus the increase in mass, you've got a grain of sand that hits like a 357, like you were talking about.
And it would be an ice pick, so it would be, nothing would be able to stop it effectively.
Oh, yeah.
Going through the fabric or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, if you're able to throw it close to the speed of light, ain't nothing going to stop it anyway.
I can jump out of the way, but whatever.
The Matrix. Yeah. The Matrix 2043.
I don't know which one of you missed the part where I said I wasn't smarter than the average house pet, but we can continue.
Well, we're just playing with the idea that something could come along and change stuff quick, I guess.
No,
you never know.
100%. That's 100% the case. Again, the technologies. Look, it could be evolutionary or it could be revolutionary. We don't know, but definitely is not going to be standalone in my mind. I think it's going to be ideas that come together and make something. Because I don't believe, really, in the scheme of things, firearms development is this huge money maker on a scientific level.
No.
You know what I mean? I think it'll be technology used for other things that will be able to be applied to firearms that will make the difference. I don't think there's a John Moses Browning the sixth somewhere right now in Utah working on a new propellant just for guns. I
Not for
think this could be,
firearms. Yeah.
I think this would be a whole nother science that will be applied along with others. I mean, we've watched optics, we've watched material all get lighter, all get more capable. I mean, the capability of an infantry soldier with his basic load today would be what, a squad in World War One.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So it's like it will be something that can be applied.
Yeah, and going back even further, I mean, we don't see it as a leap, as that much of a leap. But you're right. I've seen some of these infographic videos before where it's like a Marine squad takes on a Roman legion or something.
Yeah,
right.
Those are really good. Yeah.
And you're like, holy crap! Like you don't think of, we see modern arms and but we don't really think much about it, right? We don't think how much exponentially better they are until you put it in a situation where you literally have a squad of Marines that can defeat a Roman legion, and you're like, oh, okay, it really is game changing. It doesn't seem that much. Again, it has to do with the perspective, and we go back to that's why younger generations need to be given that historical perspective and context and everything. Otherwise, they don't understand it. They're like, oh, okay, it's a, whatever. It's a 240 Bravo. It's a 240 Bravo. This is a 240 Bravo. It's like, okay, but do you realize how many, go back 500 years or 800 years or whatever, right? Do you realize what just one of those in a battle, how it can change the outcome?
Exactly. I really enjoy those too. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, G.
Oh no, I was just going to throw in there that made me think of I forget what it's called. I'll think of it if I'm trying to think of it. But there's a alternative fiction about I think I've never read it, but I've heard of it. People have described it to me that an alternative fiction about if the South would have had AK-47 somehow during the Civil War.
Oh, game over. Right.
Obviously, but I mean, it was that was the premise or whatever. So
yeah,
like it would be crazy, right?
I mean,
and not even a lot of them, right? Given that they had adequate ammunition. I mean, you're talking about maybe 100 probably could have changed the outcome.
Well, understand though, I mean, that's one thing, but the South didn't lose because of firearms technology. They lost because of manufacturing technology.
Oh yeah, it was industrial. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the difference. But yeah, it would definitely change on the battlefield. It would change tactics, but that's all it would change. I mean, because again, the tech wasn't so far ahead. It's like, okay, but the guns they had during the Civil War still shot out past 300 yards, just like the AK does. It was just
slaughtered people, just in a different way or a different rate, maybe. But
that's the firing rate is different.
Yeah.
Yep. So no, but dude, I really think the future is going to be awesome. And if we keep up the legislation, if we keep the wins, it will be there. The industry itself would be there. But if we don't, because people don't understand that, if we kill this, if you pass all these bills and the firearms industry is a major industry.
Oh yeah.
And the development and all of that stuff comes from profit. It doesn't come from government contracts, because really the government contracts are not the bread and butter of these companies that are actually making the moves. They're not. I mean, every 20 years there's a large military contract? Well, no company's going to survive 20 years waiting for the next military contract. They're selling to civilians, and that's what's making them the money to be able to do this. Yeah. So that's another reason why it's important to keep this going.
Well,
or you can be like Europe.
There's also, for a very, very long time, and not just with firearms, but going back with swords and crossbows and whatever, there's been a culture of, even if you submit something for military trials and it does not become adopted, you then have some clout to put that in the civilian market in some way, that, ooh, this is the one we submitted for the military trials, right?
Yep.
And then so that you create, in a sense, a civilian market for whatever that might be. So
yeah, and if you get rid of that, that's a problem. The funding, all of that goes away. And And I don't know because I listen to a lot of podcasts, watch a lot of videos, but they were talking about how Europeans in other countries, not even just European countries, but smaller countries, have none weapons manufacturing capability or design capability, really. Like they might be able to come up with a CAD drawing, but they don't have the manufacturing to be able to make them on a large enough scale to equip the military. Once you kill that, either you're going to have to go back to a national armory, or I don't know what you're going to do. Just go back into the armories and pull the old guns out. Like if something happens, nobody knows what the future will hold. But I know getting rid of the firearms industry is a bad juju, and it's going to have to be around to fund the future to make it worthwhile. Holy crap. But it is fun to talk about.
So here I'm going to switch topics. I don't know
Yep.
if this is 180, 270 maybe. Kurt says, I'm going to do my AK in white oak. Any thoughts? So this is going to be controversial. So an AK is an AK-47 or some kind of AKM more than likely. And white oak would probably mean some kind of U.S. furniture, I believe, because they're not normally in white oak that I'm aware of. So is that a fancy furniture? Is that like a hardwood? I don't know if you guys know. And then what's your thoughts on, I'm going to say, modifying an AK to U.S. furniture? Sometimes this is done for the length of pull, I guess, right? So a longer stock can be put on while still kind of keeping the look, but upgrading the wood. So what do you guys think about all those elements?
I think it's great. I love it. Anything to change it to make it cool, make it look different, or even make it look the same, because it's going to pick up fans and detractors either way. So yeah, more power to you, man. Show pics or it didn't happen.
What, Clover? Oh, he might be gone again. Was he back? No, he's gone. So I don't know. I like AKs for the original. I mean, I guess I understand the new stuff. I understand like what's the word, like US ergonomics or like AR style ergonomics. I can understand wanting your gun to feel and act or operate, similar to other guns you're used to. So for whatever reasons, for your reasons, you can, I can see that. I can also see it to create better ergonomics for the AK. So I'm not against all these, upgraded modern, whatever you call them, like modified parts. But for me personally, I like the AK for its history piece, like what it was. So I don't really like changing them other than to Barbie doll them up to look German or Hungarian or something. But to me, I'm not interested in the different wood because it's not like a hunting rifle. If I was going to put fancy wood on a rifle, I think it'd be either a shotgun or a bolt action, personally. I don't even think I'd want to soup up like a lever gun or like any kind of utility gun.
I don't know that I would use white oak for anything.
Isn't it soft?
No.
No?
I think
Hard?
oak's hard, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
oak's hard. Oak's hard. It's hardwood.
Okay.
But it's the way the grains run and stuff. I mean, it could be a pain in the neck to do a gun stock in that, and then you run the risk of cracks and stuff because of the way the wood grain and all is on it.
Well, that's probably one of the reasons they make them out of a plywood, because it gets small and narrow, and the wood would have to be very durable or strong, right, to be able to deal with the little pistol grip neck, or right where the stock comes up and hits the gun.
It's laminated wood, basically, is what you're saying. Use laminated wood.
Well, that's what they use. I mean, most AKs are laminated wood. Sometimes like a steel pin going through there for reinforcement.
See, I mean, is the length of pull that big of a deal? Because I mean, I have an SKS, I don't have an AK. I like the length of pull on it. It seems to me kind of nice.
Well, of course you do, big guy.
Well, to me, it's one of those things where it's like preference / awareness. I don't know if awareness is the right word, but like, just what you've been familiarized with or whatever. So, I mean, I've heard that they make them shorter because they wear coats all the time. I've heard they make them shorter because it's easier to adapt for a large shooter to shoot a small gun than for a small shooter to shoot a large gun.
Right.
So they make it as small as common denominator because they're throwing these things all over the world. And the child soldiers, we know that they're heinous, right? So there's that. But I think it's probably more just the winter coats and whatever. They know that 99% of the time they're going to be in the winter. Or at least they could be. And the whole thing, it's easier to shoot a smaller gun. But I don't think there's any reason to think that the Soviets give a crap about having 3 points of contact with a gun. That's our thing. We're marksmen. Like we take pride in that often. I don't think any other countries care about that. They just hold the thing. I mean, we've seen them shoot them like crazy. And I think that's because they don't care. It's like a fire extinguisher and axe. Half the time they're just doing it to yell and scream with some punctuation, right? So they don't care, right? I mean, I think that's what it is. So I think we're the ones that really like all those points of contact. So me personally, I don't care. If you give me any AK, I'm going to shoot it. I mean, I'll figure out how to hold it. To me, that's part of the love of them or the appreciation. I don't know if I love them, but the appreciation of it. An AK, or I mean AR, I'm like one notch maybe. I'm happy to have it completely collapsed. I'll put my nose right on the charging handle just because I don't want a big long stock. I'll shoot a small gun personally.
Well, when it comes to that length of pull, I mean, since I live in Jersey, I just do fixed stocks on mine, and I use the M16A1 stock. And being military trained, when I came in, we had the M16A2. But truthfully, that stock is kind of long for some people when I'm introducing them to firearms for the first time. And the shorter A1 works. No one has ever complained about the SKS stock being too long, and they can't reach the controls or is uncomfortable. So pretty much I like it the way it is, but change it, man. Get as many people in to shoot the guns as possible, and hopefully they fall in love with it, and that becomes their platform, and it becomes a whole thing. But get them into the range, get them shooting, get them buying guns, get them fighting for the right.
Yeah, there's merit in doing something just because you think it's cool to do something, by all means.
Yeah, and we're talking about putting a stock on. So what's the difference? Like,
well, I don't know. He
I
says
can't
I'm going to
remember.
do my. He says I'm going to do my AK in white oak, and he thought I took that to mean he was actually going to take the wood and make stocks. And so that's a little different situation. That's why I was talking about the white oak. Like that's a little different situation than you're buying it from a company that has CNC machinery, other things that have cut it out, milled it all out. Maybe you got to do a final sand and a coat, or maybe even you can get it finished. I don't know. It's much different than I'm going to build it from scratch. I've built gun stocks from scratch before.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way. I figured, he's buying a set in white, which is going to cost money too. Yeah, they're not going to do that for nothing, right?
Yeah,
I thought he followed up on it, and I'm just not seeing it. But that was a question from quite a while ago. Mike is saying, I'm going to dry fire my AR today to hopefully smooth out the trigger some. I remember people doing that, and I remember people putting even like graphite on there. Is it graphite or grit or something you put on there, and you would shoot it for a while? I know with 1911s people did that too, and some other guns. But that's about, I'd never done that. I'd rather just go buy a different trigger or something, but I'm not a trigger snob. I'll adapt to the trigger. So what's your guys' thoughts on shooting a trigger a bunch of times to wear it out, or maybe running an action similar kind of thing?
I'll stone it or something typically before I ever even, when I'm putting it together, maybe even before I even put it together.
So you're saying the parts, while it's apart, you're going to take the wear parts, the wear places on the parts, and kind of take them to a sharpening stone or even a finer stone than that?
Oh, yes. Gunsmithing stones for sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I've come from the thing, either get used to the trigger you got or buy a better trigger from the start. And because I'm tactically thrifty, some people call it cheap, I call it tactically thrifty, I'd go with the ALG ACT trigger. It's already smoothed out, and it's a great trigger, and it's not really that different than a mil spec trigger. And if you want to go with mil spec trigger, you can get the QCT. They have another one that's actually mil spec that the company already smoothed out. So you don't have to do anything but put it in. I think it's like $49, $59 for their triggers. And being on sale because of this weekend, it's a good time to test something new out and not pay full price.
That's an interesting topic. I wonder if anyone doing any Black Friday stuff or Cyber Monday stuff or Giving Tuesday stuff or whatever it is, Wednesday stuff. I hope it's not something important on Wednesday because I didn't want to blow it off if it's something important. It might be nonprofit or something. But anyhow, with all this stuff that's happening with the sales, because we're all capitalists and stuff, if anyone's done something on, here's the things that you might not have thought of, but they're so cheap, give it a try. As I have one, that leash that was free. I'm like, well, free. I'm a big fan of free. And it's a dog leash, so it's not like I'm not going to ever use it. In worst cases, I'll do a video on it or something. But anyways, so is there something that you saw or that if you've seen it, you would give it a try if it was like 70% off or like in my case, a $30 leash for free?
I actually, oh, go ahead, man.
No, that's right. That's my dog thing. Or the dog that's sitting here. It's not my dog. It's just some dog.
I actually did that because look, I'm not a trigger snob. I just want a decent trigger. And so the ACT was pretty much as expensive as I was going to go. I think at the time it was like $55. And I bought that during the sale. And I enjoyed it. I put it in 3 or 4 rifles. I've actually given one away. And then the sale came along with the Geisley SSAE triggers. And again, I bought them on the Black Friday sale. So when they were like 50% off or something like that. So that's why I tried that. And because it's the trigger that's put into the Marine Corps designated marksmanship rifle, when I built that A4, it came in handy. You know, the M16A4 clone. So yeah, because I was able to buy the parts at a discount and try something, and it's not exactly like it was new. I mean, other people had raved about it. It was just at a price point that I wasn't willing to pay. I think it was like $225, $250. I was able to get it for $150. So that's why I bought it during Black Friday. It already had a good reputation. It's just I wasn't willing to spend that money. Now it is. So that's what I'd tell people to do. Wait, if you want to build an AR, or if you want to put together slides and build your P320 or whatever the heck you want to build, this is the time of year. It's sales like this. You hit a Christmas sale, you hit a New Year's sale, and slowly put your thing together for pretty much between 50 and 70% off. Depends on what you catch it as.
Clover, same question. Anything you would have tried out if it was 70% off, or something you would try out if it was 70% off?
I haven't even looked at much. So no, I mean, I can't think of anything.
Oh, I can think of something kind of related.
70,
one of those tablets that you can draw on, and then for like a pen or whatever. I think I'd try one of them if it was.
You know, maybe another drone. Honestly, you know, like a better drone at 70% off.
Oh yeah, the Exo place that I have mine with. I'm a affiliate, so they send me all these things, and like 2 weeks ago, maybe a week ago, they sent out an email, and the first, I think it was 50 or 100 people to jump over there from the email got $200 off of a $250 drone. So effectively, like a really nice drone for $50. Like that, I think, man, if I could have given that link to everybody right away, I mean, that would definitely be. I think that changes your channel. I don't know. Yeah. What about renting drones? If there was like a drone somebody could send you, you have it for a week or two. So for like you, where you go to your range, or like Tony, he could go to the different ranges, assuming that you could. Most places you can take it up to like the height of a sign, because no airplane is going to land in your parking lot. So you know, you take it from eye level up to the top of the building or the top of the sign, just to get like a unique shot of the place. If you were to rent something like that, would you do that to add to your channel, or not interested?
Oh, definitely.
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
Oh, I wouldn't rent a drone. Like with the damage I've done to the one I've got. Like,
oh, okay, never mind then. Pump the brakes on that. If you can break it, I will.
But that's what I was saying. I mean, if I could get, and I don't know, right now I ain't got the money to get anything. But if the drone I've got is a piece of garbage. Let's be honest, compared to the higher end stuff, right? The decent stuff.
Oh no, yeah.
And so if I can get $500 drone for $150, right? Or $1,000 drone for $300. Like, those are going to have, automated, a bunch of automated stuff that, the odds of me crashing it are going to be lower than they would be with the
They're
one I've
nil
got.
unless you
Yeah.
are risky and run it too close to a tree. And some of the fancier ones, when you get to the 1,000 level, they won't let you climb into a tree.
Mhm. Yep.
Anyway, so that was sort of a side question there. So I was saying the DJI ones are pretty much idiot proof. Yeah, especially when they got these like radars and stuff on them. You don't have to worry about them taking off because they'll tell you like, oh, I can't take off here. So it's like, good, you're not going to get arrested. Great. So most people don't realize there's some places you're not supposed to. And the ones that are fancy won't. Like they just won't even launch or won't even take off. Right. Anyhow, we're definitely digging in. We're 3.5 hours in. We've still got a bunch of people watching, a bunch of people commenting. So, I'm not sure which way to go with it. Smeggy mentioned earlier the using shoot and seize. This was a long time ago in the conversation. I think we were talking about something at ranges, and Smeggy said shoot and seize are great. Shoot and seize effectively are like a yellow target where they wipe black crayon on the outside. So when you shoot it, the black crayon kind of crumbles away, I guess, and you see the corona, like you see a ring of yellow through the rip, and it makes like a very visible, from a distance, a very visible dot on a black target. And then they've got other ones. I've seen them that are the other way, like black on an orange target and some other color change, contrasts. You guys fans of those, or you ever made them yourself or anything like that?
I didn't make them, but I'm a fan of them because to me, the shoot and see is pretty much the metal target of the indoor range. I mean, it gives you immediate feedback when you hit it. You know what I mean?
Oh, so that's great. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I'm working with new people and shoot, even when I'm shooting myself, I get feedback, then I know where the round went, and it's positive feedback. So I kind of dig them.
Yeah, it's when you're talking about the shooting thing, especially for the fun factor, right? Like something that you're able to see your shot that's reactive, that that something's going on. That's a lot. It's when you're talking about the beginner, right? Making it fun. I think it's a lot more appealing.
We're talking about taking new shooters to short distance to have them shoot so they get some great feedback and some accomplishment. They're not going to suck at 5 or 7 yards or whatever. Woods is saying he takes new shooters to 5 to 7 yards to shoot steel. Where do you guys feel is an appropriate distance for steel, especially for new shooters who are, they're going to be reliant on you to tell you safety and awareness and stuff like that?
I typically don't shoot any closer than 10 and never have 10 yards.
I mean, I've shot point blank, but using frangible ammo.
Oh yeah. The ammo is going to make a difference. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, only frangible ammo. Outside of that, the only places I can shoot is outdoor ranges, and they have a 200-yard minimum.
Ouch. Yeah, that's my only concern is the 5 to 7 seems a little close. I guess it depends on the steel, but even stuff that's angled down or whatever, we've had quite a few different ones, but I've been shot in other guys, we've been out doing stuff, not even reckless, just literally just doing kind of normal drills. I mean, we were running around and doing stuff, but not anything reckless. But I mean, I've gotten hit by the weird brass jacket, effectively, like a chunk of brass jacket. It splatters weird, or it hits something, probably ricochets even, I don't know. And, it's like a little tiny Chinese stars, they get right into you. I've got actually about 3 stories. The one I'll say is we were standing there. I think Haas was there. He did it. One of the few videos of me is where I'm standing there minding my business and somebody's shooting in the Glock bay at range day. Ding, 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 ding. And I'm like, ow. And a piece of brass jacket came flying up over the berm from the Glock bay to where I'm standing in some other bay while I'm filming Haas doing something. And then I'm like, what the hell happened to my neck? Like I thought I got bit by a hornet or something. And then somebody grabbed a camera and jammed it in my neck. And sure enough, there's like a chunk of copper in there. And then I still have it. I ripped a patch back and stuck it into the Velcro between this one patch. And it's still in there. Every once in a while, I'll rip that patch off and be like, what the heck? Oh, yeah, that's that piece of brass from the Glock thing that jabbed me in the neck.
Yeah.
So anyway, it usually doesn't kill you, but we did have one instance where it jabbed somebody in the neck. We thought it was out. We thought we got it out, and then I can't remember if it was weeks or months later. He came and he's like pissed at us, and he's like, "You sons of bitches!" Like that thing was still in my neck. I went to the doctor, and he's like, "What the hell?" And he pulled out a chunk of copper out of my neck.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. iPro, right?
very important. Yeah.
Always.
I've been hit on the cheekbone. That hurts really a lot when you get hit on that cheekbone.
It's just the difference between like I'm scared of guns. I don't want to ever do that again. Versus like story about like, oh, I could have popped my eye out. Most people are like fine with almost popping their eye out, but some people aren't.
Well, I mean, that's when you have the opportunity to talk iPro. Like now, I've been hit on the cheekbone a couple times by jackets or maybe targets that were pitted or whatever whatever it was. But ultimately I had on an iPro. So I mean, you're right. I mean, it kind of feels like an insect sting or something, and depending on the situation, probably going to bleed a little bit, but yeah, it's not going to be a life-threatening injury, typically, or anything like that.
Looks like he's talking about with a 22 single action revolver, 22 Rough Rider. So not necessary, and probably not jacketed ammo. So about as anemic a thing you can wing, except for maybe. Well, actually, a BB can be kind of. You don't want to shoot a BB at steel, FYI. Like they bounce all over the place when you shoot them at steel. So I was going to say it's probably better to shoot a 22 at a steel than a BB gun at steel.
I mean, if you're going to compare the two, yeah. Because a BB acts like, I don't know.
Like
what is that thing? What was that thing from the Men in Black? The very first one they told Jay not to touch, and it ricocheted around the room. That's what a BB
an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, seriously. Yeah. Let's see. So then I've been bouncing around AR Guns' question or statement, I guess, from like when we first started this thing. And thanks again to AR Guns for letting everybody know about Echo. He's got a link over there if you want to help out Echo. So everybody knows Echo's reloading chamber from Florida moved. Had to go to the hospital for some dehydration. You could use some help if anybody's interested. Check out AR Guns channel. If the DJ's still out there, you can drop a link. But AR Guns had said, I have an account on Instagram, but I don't have anything posted yet. What do you post on that? Pictures? So that's a good question, and we are here to answer gun questions. And it's adjacent to what we're talking about. All of us are creators. All of us appreciate and understand the power and the significance and the freedom of what the internet provides as far as communication, right? So Instagram, we're on YouTube here. We're doing this via StreamYard, but Instagram is, all three of us use Instagram quite a bit. I don't know how I'm going to leave this open. That's the question. I won't mansplain this one. Since you guys are already men, you guys already know. So we'll just go ahead and let you guys say what do you want to say in reply to AR Guns here.
Yeah,
if anybody's interested, I'll mansplain it to them.
No, Instagram's pictures and short videos, reels. The reels, the short video format is the popular thing. I mean, you can think TikTok probably for that, but there's room for both. So yeah, short videos and photos. I don't know what else to say about that.
You don't even okay.
Yeah, you just figure out what your game plan is for it. Are you going to use it to take pictures of just everything? Or are you going to dedicate it to just certain things, or and have multiple accounts depending on what you're taking pictures of or whatever, and then from there do your videos, pictures, upload them, and you're done.
Yeah, if I was to do mine over, because of course when I started it, I didn't have the second is for everyone, so I ran everything as Simon Says Train and just brought it together. I would do two separate ones if I were to do that, so I could have a personal one and then just have firearms related stuff. But whatever, it's become me. That's the thing. It's become me and my interest. So I have pictures of food, pictures of me smoking cigars, bourbon. I mean, it's almost like it's almost like a computerized version of kind of scrapbook or vacation photos just on a daily basis. As far as reels concerned, if you're doing it right now, you don't even have to come up with video for reels. You can actually just take a picture and use it as a reel and put it to a music soundtrack, and they will promote it if your whole a goal is to actually have more and more people watch it. Instagram itself will promote your reel, and just take a picture, put it to a hot song, and they'll have the song with the more, what do you call that? The more videos that people use it with. Yeah, the trending
audio.
songs are the ones that will also help make your video or your reel more popular, even if you don't like it. Because some of the music I have on my video sucks, but I wanted to get the tracking, especially when I'm announcing, when I'm having an event. I want as much coverage as possible. And hell, I'm not making damn music, so I shouldn't hold it that personal. It's not my songs. So that's what I do, and that's what I put forth. And yeah, just pictures, dude. You don't have to come up with great video ideas or something awesome. You can do a freaking 15-second video of your AR. Just post it up on something, and or post like a 5-second video of your AR with 3 different pictures of your AR in different scenes. One on the bench, one leaning up against the tree, one on a flag or something, a flag colored thing. Done. It's a reel. And write a description, like 2-3 sentences. I mean, it's just putting stuff out there to let people see what you do. Almost like, back in the day when you take vacation photos, just look at Instagram as that with a soundtrack.
So these guys have, those are both accurate, like I agree. And then I'm just going to add that the Instagram is its own platform, even though it was bought by Facebook. It existed before Facebook. It actually came from the idea of sharing vacation photos, like what Tony's saying. That's literally where it came from. It's just that people started using it to share photos for other things. So they just kind of leaned into it and said, go for it. So it's basically a square, a picture that's a square, as opposed to YouTube, which is sort of horizontal, and TikTok, which is up and down, vertical. Instagram is different in that it's a square. Now, they do have Instagram videos, and those are rectangles. But anyway, so in a lot of ways, Instagram is its own platform, and it has its own group of people that use it because it's kind of fast. It's just a picture and some words. Like Clover was saying, you can drop pictures there. Like Tony's saying, you can use the whatever they're called, reels or whatever, to post some kind of video stuff and have it kind of more temporary, trendy, kind of catching the viral stuff, or at least the potential for viral stuff, because of the way people use it. So people will use it briefly, like while they're stopped in traffic or while they're waiting in line for something. Some people will just park on it all day and use it in a different way. So the same way that some people use YouTube to watch live shows, and some people use YouTube to just do research, and then other people are following people's adventures on YouTube, Instagram is used in different ways. So I really like the audience over at Instagram, or at least I liked the audience over at Instagram when it was newer and it was still growing. There was less, I'm not going to call it censorship. The robots and the stuff was less apprehensive about gun content. And we had a real community, or at least there were many communities growing over there. And as Gun Channels was a bunch of creators, and there was a bunch of aspiring creators on Instagram who were separate from the aspiring people on YouTube, I found it fun to hang out with different creative people who were doing different things, because an Instagram person is going to be a photographer predominantly, right? And a YouTuber is going to be a video blogger or something else with video. Very rarely do people do both. So anyway, I really thought the audience over on Instagram was pretty cool. But then it sort of changed because it's been around for a while, and it was no longer the new one that did that. It incorporated things, and YouTube incorporated the Instagram element. So they became less separate, and therefore the audiences are less separate. So I don't appreciate it the same way as I used to, because there's less people that are only on it. And anyway, so for those reasons, the question is, what do you post on there? Some people use it as just the same way that people use Facebook or Twitter as an additional place to post their YouTube videos. Like, that's pretty much what I probably do. There's other people that post specific stuff to Twitter, specific stuff to Instagram, specific stuff to YouTube because they got that kind of time, or they're fostering those kind of audiences. So there's ways to play it, and you can consider it just a shelf for the stuff that you're creating, or you can consider it one of your hangouts. It's like, I go to this hangout on Tuesdays, I go to that hangout on Wednesdays, I go to this hangout on the weekends. It could be one of your places to be part of a community or something, you'll find, I think, that most of the communities on Instagram are separate than the communities on Facebook. And those are separate than the ones on YouTube, because the Facebook people are over there for whatever reason, and the YouTube people are on here for whatever reason. So very rarely are people have the time or the interest to go hang out in multiple communities. So some people, I think it's cool to have, or they find it cool to have a different kind of community, a different way. Let's see. Woods is saying Instagram has pics that are not dogs. All his pics are his dogs. Woods' wife's Insta feed is 40% gun. Wait, your wife's feed is 40% guns, 60% dogs? They're saying Tony just has to do his dad look and the bad guys would run away.
I don't know what a dad look is, but understand I work in a prison. So yeah, I am, there's different ways you need to carry yourself.
You're able to give people the look to convey more than just,
yeah. This is not going to work out like you think it's going to work out.
Let's see. I like Spanky had a point before. He likes to keep one target a year in a folder to see how he's doing better. That's interesting. I know that we had sort of a drill that we would do, and we were really into doing stuff and going to different training and trying to evaluate whether or not we were getting better and stuff. And so effectively the same thing. Had a 3-ring binder thing that I would just put some specimen targets into whenever, periodically, I guess. Maybe not once a year, but maybe once a month or something.
I did that reloading, you do that, everything else. One thing I've, am I back? Okay.
Yeah.
With reloading and everything else, I would do targets and I would used to keep them, and then with competition and practice. But I'm pretty much, since I had the very first iPhone, I don't know when that come out. I didn't have it immediately when it come out, but I did have the very first one. So pretty much from the time that you had a decent camera on your phone in your pocket, it's all been, for me, it's all been, I'll take a picture of it. I don't actually keep the tangible target.
Yeah, I actually started doing that because I talked smack at the range, and I lost to the kid I was talking smack to. So I was like, you know what? I got to work on my basics. So I just want to see how I'm doing. And then I entered Old Bridge Rifle and Pistol Club. Has different events on Friday nights. And I entered the police combat shooting one and did not do well with the high point. And I was like, okay, I need to get better. So I broke out the 22 and I'm using that. So that's what I'm going to do. And I have to get some more 9 in for the diversity shoots, but also because they have an action league that meets, and for $10, non-members can actually come in and compete and just have fun. It's more practice for IDPA for those guys, but for me, it's something interesting that gets me going to the range and trying to drag other people to the range and get them involved and show them that you can have a minimal of stuff for local matches. You know what I mean? You need a holster and 5 magazines. Come out and let's have fun.
Yep.
We're hitting the 4-hour mark. I feel like at some point we're wearing out our welcome. So let's I appreciate everybody sticking around. It's a holiday weekend. Hopefully everyone's had a good Thanksgiving, but we realize, or we know, that not everybody has. DMR 223 was letting us know yesterday. We know Echo's got some stuff going on. So as much as we should be thankful for each other and the community that happens, through these social platforms that we've kind of been talking about, through the gun community and the industry and the culture that we've got out here, through the ranges and gun shops and gun shows and podcasts and communities and stuff. We've got a support system. We've got, good vibes or good intentions or good thoughts that are going out to each other. So So for everything that we can be thankful for, let's also remember, those that are experiencing the bad parts of the good and up and down, the good and bad cycle. I don't know if I'm saying all that good, but it's 4 hours in, so hopefully we're not getting graded on words anymore. So let's end this thing though. Clover, Tony, let's let folks know. People that are listening this far in are probably interested in what's happening. We got December on the horizon. What's up, Tony? What do you got coming up?
All right, December 14th, we have a diversity shoot at the Recoil Range in Monroe, New Jersey. December 29th, we have a diversity shoot at the Gun for Hire Range in Woodland Park. And then it's on to SHOT Show, Great American Outdoor Show, and a whole new schedule that pretty much I'm sending out emails this week to see if all these ranges are ready for, the 2023 schedule. And I'm reaching out to at least one new range. I know about maybe 2 in New Jersey, and we're going to try to work on other states. Clover hooked me up with someone in Texas. Another guy's reached out in Oklahoma. Definitely had one from Virginia. And New York is always on the schedule. But you have to build up there. You have to have a what do you call it? Facility, groundwork at those places before you can go. I have to have volunteers. You have to have a range that's actually willing to host it, and also people willing to promote it in that area. So that's what's going on with us.
Show up too, I imagine.
Yeah. You need people to show up. You just can't. Oh, I know about Tony, and then it's me and you in a room staring at each other at the range. So yeah, we have to actually develop that. But that's what I'm doing. And if you want to support the work we do, you can go to diversityshoot.com. DJ Play Nice has some links that you can donate to us to help make it happen. And I really appreciate it.
We appreciate you, and we appreciate what you're doing, and the results of that are going to be priceless. So, it's not easy. I understand that, and definitely not lucrative. So,
and episode 90 of the Second is for Everyone podcast will drop as soon as I put the commercials in after I get off the air with you guys.
Oh, snap. Right on. It's a Thanksgiving miracle.
It's a Thanksgiving miracle. I have an interview with Joe from Shooting. Oh, frick. What is it? Shooting in the Woods podcast? Or that's his name. And what is it? Something New England.
Shooting Gallery. New England.
Yeah, Shooting Gallery New England and Shooting in the Woods podcast. He came down to our diversity shoot on November 10th. And actually, we did an interview, and then that turned into another segment on training. So we had some fun.
Bugging the boss of that range there, Toby, that they should have you down to do one in Massachusetts. How far is Cape Gunworks from you?
5 hours.
Okay, I think I've asked you before.
Yeah, I'll take the day. I'll take the day to do it up there.
The way to go there is what I would do is, I don't know how far you are from water, but go to water and then take some kind of water Uber so that you come up through the, I don't know, that water, whatever the Cape of Massachusetts is or whatever it's called. Why not? If you're going to go there, might as well go in style. Then you get to miss all the Boston traffic or whatever. I'm assuming there's traffic.
Oh, wow. There's actually a water Uber?
There has to be. There's got to be helicopter Ubers and airplane Ubers, right? Motorcycle Ubers.
But yeah, I mean, he drove through the middle of the night and said it was a pretty good drive. So, I mean, yeah, shoot up. We'll host something there. He has an audience already built in. We could probably put something together and have 1 or 2 events up there in 2023.
Well, okay, Clover, what do you got coming up?
Not just a whole lot of anything. I think Ghost and I are going to go live here a little later on. I'm not sure when. Probably over on his channel, and talk a little bit about the stickers. Still have some of those available. We've had quite a few people at this point have took advantage of the buy 5, get the extra entry. And some people have even bought 10, which is amazing. But still a few of those left. Clovertech.com/shot2023. I think DJ put the link out there. If you want to check those out. Winner take all, $1,600 worth of guns, ammo, gear, and other stuff. And that's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to talk about those companies and the different prizes in the package and the company and the companies that kicked in to help with it. And yeah, hopefully sell a few more stickers on. We figured, Thanksgiving weekend, Black Friday, we'd kind of do a concerted push on it. So I dropped a shorts Wednesday. It was shared across 4 or 5 channels Thanksgiving Day. And then we'll do the live today. I think Ghost is going to drop a shorts tomorrow. And then we're going to do another share on it probably Monday, Cyber Monday. See what happens.
And then when is the drawing?
We had first said that when they sell out.
Okay, so then the next question is, you're not already sending them because I ain't got none yet. So
No, I haven't sent them. No, yeah, I'm waiting. I mean, you've got the cost. Well, you've got the cost involved in sending them, and it's an undertaking. I mean, to try to send them out as people buy them is an absolute hassle. So they're all signed, they're all numbered. Yeah, you're talking about just printing on one label, and then you got to do this, and it's better just to do them all in a batch. I can import the addresses over into the spreadsheet, click print, and it's done. And
that's weird. I don't know how did you do it, but that's fine. I guess I was just saying that you would have had a chance for people to be posting them is all. And I was going to say, because if they're out there in the mail, then give people a couple of days to post.
Well, that's true. And I mean, as
first one to post, like the one that posts the give a couple of different categories of posts, and then that kind of raises some hype for it.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know if we don't sell any, if we don't sell out, in the next few weeks, I mean, leading up into Christmas, I don't know. I mean, we may come up with something different or whatever, but the thing is, I mean, we're talking a $1,600 prize package. We're talking $1,600 that these companies have kicked in. So it's not like if we, we're not going to, I mean, I'll send everybody's money back to them, right? Or whatever, but that's what I've got to do. But it makes no sense for the company to donate $1,600 worth of stuff and sell $200 worth of tickets. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, well, you're past that, I'm hoping.
Oh yeah. We're to the point, but we're nowhere near the $1,600 yet. We're still working on it. So
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying though, there's no expiration date there. There's no deadline. It's not like it has to be sold before XYZ, other than SHOT Show.
Doesn't even have to be done before SHOT Show, quite honestly.
Well,
but
we want,
I hear you.
Just making sure there's no deadline. Okay.
Yeah, we want the sticker. We want the stickers to be out by then for sure, though. We would like for it to be, and ultimately we'd like to get them sold. That way, delivery on the gear and all could happen before Christmas. That would be nice, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Let's see. So again, everybody who's joining us, appreciate it. We've got a bunch of people joining at the last minute here. So I don't know, maybe people wanting to see why G23 is refusing to go live today, or it's something else. But wanted to say, Clover jumped out. I was going to say the G23 would normally have a show here, and we'd only run an hour, not 4 hours. So normally you'd be listening to his show. He does a long format show each Saturday where they talk about mostly firearms, but just whatever topics, and unscripted live conversation. He says he might do one tomorrow, but I did want to let people know that the Brooke Cheney does a project each Saturday afternoon or evening, depending on where you are in the country, at 7, let's see, I guess at 9 p.m. Eastern. So I guess it's the evening. I'll shut up. It's the evening. But each Saturday evening, she does a focus on suicide prevention and mental health awareness, so that, one, to give people some tools and techniques if they're having something going on, but alternatively, and as importantly, to give people who are interested in having a more effective conversation about firearms and the rights of firearms owners, to have more items in your toolbox, more effective conversations and communication with other people. If you want to just shout your positions, that's marketing, right? You're just saying what you want to say. But if you want to actually have a conversation, you need to know what the other side's thinking, and you have to. The challenge is to let the other side know our position, and one way to do that is to use words that they use, to use principles and things that they're familiar with, and Brooke offers that and more. We know that 2 out of every 3 deaths from a firearm is from suicide. Often those are veterans. Those are used against gun owners. It's atrocious and it's heinous. And instead of being outraged by it, you can be empowered to, one, know how to help each other. We are our best friends and our worst enemies at times, not by intent, but by not understanding or just being oblivious, unfortunately. So Brooke offers little pieces, little tools for the toolbox, little 15-minute brief yet consistent insights to awareness and prevention. This week it'll be on holidays, happiness, and challenges. I do encourage you to check it out. It's often fun, sometimes inspiring, and always informative. And it's something that gives you some optimism for the challenges that we have as gun owners and people who understand that these are rights that they're trying to take away, not just property. And seeing Brooke's project and understanding from her point of view or from her perspective the strides that are being made in awareness is again, it's inspiring, and it creates optimism, at least for me. So maybe I'm wrong, but go check it out. That'll be in 3 hours. It'll be at 9 p.m. Eastern. Then later on this evening, I guess it's nothing. Normally there'd be every other week there's another show in the evening, the Mouse Party, or no, it's called the Overnight from DM Foss. In the morning, there's another live show from Gizzard. Gizzard Gary does a live show in the mornings. If you're interested in a 4-hour show here, you might be interested in his 4-hour show tomorrow morning. Otherwise, thanks everybody for joining us. And again, for Tony, for joining us for 42 episodes. This is the 42nd episode of this show. For Clover for joining us for all these Saturdays. I think we've only missed really a couple throughout the time. And it's usually when you guys are doing something way more important than doing this. For the people that are joining us live, however, and you stuck around for this whole thing, at least 5 of you were paying attention to the bottom of the screen, where, if I can add this thing up here, there's a scroll going down there that says, thanks to our Patreons who make it possible for us to do projects like this. And then there's an address to our Patreon blog, which is where you could subscribe. Clover, Tony, and I each have a Patreon. It's a way that you can subscribe to our projects. And most people give us a cup of coffee. Some people buy us lunch once a month, and that accumulates and lets us do what we're doing. It doesn't pay every bill, but it certainly helps. So we really do appreciate it. Tonight we also had, or this afternoon, we also had a hashtag going. So it says, type hashtag AskGunQs, so AskGunQs, in the live text chat for a chance to win a cool patch. And then throughout the evening or afternoon, I've been poking around at this or showing the camera views of this little puppy. And if I can get my camera to come back on like that. Oh, that's the wrong button. This button. And then aim it down and then give it the screen. You will have an opportunity, if you are selected randomly from that hashtag, to grab a Tony's 2A for E Diversity Shoot patch, one of our daily gun show patches. And every second matters, black and white. It might be a glowing one, actually. A glowing every second matters patch. Or a 2A flag, which was kind of used by the 2A rally in DC in 2019 and some other organizations now. So you'll have your choice of one of those 4 patches if you decide to participate in the giveaway right now and be one of the people that puts in the hashtag. You'll have another moment while I go check whatever this text message is. Is this a text message saying that somebody wants this puppy? No, it's not. So we'll go back. We have just 6 entries. So thanks again to the people that participated this afternoon. Puppy could not be happier that the show's almost over. I think somebody wants to go OUT. Hey, come back here. hold on. Yeah, definitely wants to go OUT. So we'll quickly hit the button right here. Looks like we had Smeggy, DJ, Woods, Krabby Turtle, Roy, Smeggy, Roy, Woods. Woods is the winner. And I have a package of patches from Woods. So it'll be interesting to see what Woods decides to do with the prize tonight. Could have a 2A Pat flag. Every second matters. I should flip it back. I don't even know if Woods is still out there. Mike just contributed. He would have been number 7. It still says 6 entries, so that's interesting. What I'm going to do, though, is leave everybody hanging unless Woods jumps in here real quick, because this puppy is now doing the sniff around, and I don't want to make this dog have to decide anything. I want him to go right outside and do his sniff around business. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. And we'll be back next Saturday. And I mentioned all the other shows that'll happen. Tony's got a podcast dropping, and we'll be back to pick you up later. So, you know what? I should at least do this, I suppose. GearWebsites.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com.
Tonight's episode, photo finish.
The guys and gals at gunwebsites.com encourage you to take a CCW class every year, practice once a month, and carry every day.
Thank you for watching GunWebsites.com.